Okay, right, I think I'm live. And if I am, if someone could kindly use the chat just to let me know that you can hear me. Okay, right, I think I'm live. Okay, sorry about that bit of feedback. Rather than having my microphone selected as a sound card, I had my speakers outputting the volume, so I ended up hearing myself. Okay, you are all telling me you can hear me. That's brilliant. Okay, we're just going to give it another couple of minutes to see if anybody else shows up, and then we'll get on the way. Alright, there's a few things I want to look at today, but before we begin, I just want to welcome you all to the first official Green Star Trading live stream on YouTube. So welcome. I hope it turns out alright, and if we like this format, this is how we'll be doing things going forward. I think this gives everybody the possibility, or at least a chance, of participating with the chat. I've got a couple of screens set up so I can see the chat in one, my other screens in the other, so I should be able to respond. If you do ask any questions, I'll make sure to read them out, and yeah, we'll see how things go. Right, Thomas just joined the chat and says hello, Tom, so I think I'm kind of obligated really to say hello, Tom, back, really. Okay, so what's on the docket today? I've been looking through the live stream suggestions, and we're going to take a look at a couple of cryptos. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive segment like I always do. Try not to spend too much time on each chart, but I'll work through them until I either get stuck or get bored, or spend too long and have to move on. And we're going to be looking at Link, which I actually did a deep dive on a long time ago. Haven't looked at the chart since, so I have no idea how it's turned out. There's another one, Sand. I don't think I have a chart for that at all, but we can create one. And then we're going to look at some Chinese stocks, or Asian stocks I should say, Hong Kong and all that. And we're going to look at BZUN, TENCENT, JD, and we're also going to do a quick update on Bar as well. And then I figured we'd have a section where I could share some of the charts I'm looking at the moment that I think are interesting. And then we can wrap things up, seeing how we're doing for time. We can wrap things up with a look at Bitcoin and maybe some other cryptos, as the crypto market is bouncing at the moment, and there's a lot of interesting counts floating around already. I like to see Easy posting his charts up on the Discord from, I think it's Elliott Wave International, I can never remember, who seem to be flip-flopping constantly. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing in terms of Elliott Wave practice. I just think if you try to constantly update all the time, you are going to end up doing a lot of flip-flopping. Right, one other thing before we go, you may have noticed I haven't put out another YouTube yet this week. I've been trying to save my voice for this live session because I figured it's going to take quite a bit out of me, but I'm still getting over a cold, feeling a lot better, but it's not 100% yet. So if I do have the occasional coughing fit, I will try and hit the mute button on the microphone so you're not all subjected to it. Alright then, I think we've got, how many people we've got here now? That's not too bad. Okay, it's 15 watching according to what it's saying here. It may have updated. 17 now, it's not refreshing for some reason, but whatever. Alright then, let's get on with it. So, first things first, we'll start with loading up our chart for Link, and we'll have a look at that. Now, I'm not going to chat constantly, because like I said, I'm going to try and save my voice, so I'm just going to work and just keep one eye on the chat here. Okay. Alright then, let's have a look at this. Let's get rid of the indicators for a minute. So, alright, I'm in log on the day time frame. I don't have count up in a minute, so let's have a look at what I can't even remember this chart that well. Actually, I did do a deep dive on this. Symbol count 2, symbol count 1, and count. Let's just look at that. Let's start with this first. Alright, so what was I thinking last time I looked at this, which was a long, well, not a long ass time ago, but a fair while ago. Wow, I was pretty bearish at the time by the looks of it. What was I looking at here? I was saying that we topped in a primary 3. That's a pretty dodgy 5 waves down, Tom, but whatever. So I was looking at a zigzag. A, B, and I was projecting 5 waves down for a C that obviously hasn't materialised like that. I mean, you could argue if we take the 1, put the 1 and the 2 here, maybe it has. Okay, I'm just going to update the chart and save things and have a look at all the previous ideas I had and see what makes any sense here. So we'll just save that. Okay, so that's the main count that I had. I don't see anything immediately wrong with it, so switch that off. So let's have a look at this simple count 1. What was I doing with this? Right, so this was assuming the 4 was already in and that this was some kind of motive movement off of the 4. Right, simple count 2. What was this? Oh, it's just a downgrade of wave degree by the looks of it. 1, 2, flat. 3, 4, double combo, double zigzag, and then 1, 2. Could that have materialised like this? Can you get 5 up in here? Flat pattern here for 2. We'll save the chart now that we've moved that. And what's this last one here? Bull recent count. So what was I thinking here? Yeah, I was looking at the flat. I'd already said it had finished last time I looked at this, so that was back on 26th of November, so that's obviously wrong. I mean, arguably we can just move everything down, right? So let's just do that first. None of the projections were wildly off, but I always place them pretty roughly. Okay, so essentially, from what I can gather looking at this, it gives us 2 options, doesn't it, really, to consider. Either we've bottomed in what was a 1 ABC into a 2 as an expanded flat. We'll measure that in a minute. And then the other one was gone lost again. Hang on. Oh yeah, the very bearish ABC. Okay, so we'll start off by just, I think we should just simplify this first rather than have that whole count up. So let's just say A, B, and we're working on a C at intermediate degree. Okay. Right. We can add to this and build up a simple account. So how did I get down here in 5 waves again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, I see what I was thinking. Not particularly fond of that. I'm gonna have to come down to, let's come down a little bit in time frame and have a look. Okay. Right. Okay, what have we got here? that's close, isn't it? It does break it. Alright, so we can say that's longer. I think I was thinking diagonal by the looks of it. Zigzag there. I think that's longer than that. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, it is. Alright, just make sure that looks like quite a big 2 given that wick. Oh no, the 4's bigger. Alright then. And that's obviously what I was thinking. I was thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a diag. So this is going to be minute. And then that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, no overlap, 5. Excuse me. A minor degree like that, and that gives us. No, sorry, that's a 3, isn't it? Hang on, I've already lost track of what I was. Bloody mail pop-ups. Okay. Oh, same. That's all minor. That's all minute degree. Sorry. 1, 2. Just hide this for a minute. My brain is working a bit slowly at the moment. Oh, I had it in a different position. I don't know why I did that. Oh, because I wanted this as the 4. God, that looks like a load of crap. That does, doesn't it? That looks more like 3 waves overall. So let's just work with that for a minute since we're thinking about it. Yeah. Right, so if we wanted a zigzag, okay, 3 wave move, putting it super simply. Someone's saying, how about the triangle? I'll think about that in a minute. I do seem to recall considering a triangle at some point, so we'll have a look at that as well. I mean, we are saying we're in a 3. So yeah, I'll have a look at that in a minute. Let's just see. We can, well, if we wanted to get down here in as a zigzag, 3 wave moves, then we would need 5, 3, and 5. And proportionally, if this is a 1, 2 of our C, massive 3, 4, 5, that seems pretty disproportionate already, considering that we would be projecting A from the B to find the C. So if this was a 1 and this was a 2, we've got to get 3, 4 and 5 in here. Now we don't have to, we could come down longer, but I think already that looks a little extreme. So perhaps a zigzag is a little too simplistic a way of looking at it. As I can't see, I'll just hide these again and have one more look at that count, because I obviously threw that on. Hang on a minute, is that longer? No, it's not, so I can't call an expanding diagonal there. It does look like a diagonal in this first move, having measured it. But we've got an overlap here, so we can't use it as an impulse. The whole thing does look more like 3 waves. So let's consider 2 possibilities, and that this is either a completed correction. We've already got our bullish idea, which is this is a completed correction, and then this is a 1, A, B, C to a 2, and we're now bullish. We will need to come and count through this to see if this makes sense. Okay. Alright then, let's consider a triangle for a moment then. Just have a quick sip of my giant mug of coffee. I've been suffering a bit of cognitive fog lately. I've been very, very naughty over Christmas period, breaking my diabetic diet, overindulging in all sorts of things I shouldn't be, and now I'm back onto a strict ketogenic diet and back on the protein and the fat and avoiding the carbs completely, and I seem to just have completely slowed down across the board at the moment. Feeling better overall, but yeah, brain, body, everything seems to have just slowed down temporarily while I readapt. I've done it before, and you do completely adapt eventually once your body starts producing ketones and stuff and you start using them as energy, but it just takes a while. So that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Okay. Alright then, so this at least helps explain away what we were thinking is a free wave move here. This looks like a free wave move here. That would be A, B. We're into C onwards from here, so this could be a complex in the C. Doesn't have to be a simple, but we might be able to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C in here, right, for a zigzag. And then this is potentially shaping up as a... I'm not sure, that looks like 3. It depends whether this is a pivot that's already played out like this, or whether it's yet to do so. It could be something up like this, and then that, and then this, and then off we go. Overall, kind of liking the look of that. So what we'll do is we'll label this. We had the primary 3 at the top, so this would all be intermediate wave degree. And A, B, C. Not in yet. Assume it's over here. D, E. Okay, let's just have a quick look at the... We're in log, so let's come off of log for a minute. Okay, it looks slightly different when we're not in log. And let's have a look at what we've retraced here with these pivots, because that's always interesting. Alright, that's really nice actually, that B wave pivot there. Just put that on the golden ratio. Yeah, so we get a 61.8 retrace for our B wave in the triangle here. Now that's also equally nice in our initial consideration of a zigzag, you know, where we had A, B, and then we were going down aggressively in 5 waves here. 61.8% is perfect. So it could be either, but arguably definitely easier to get down here in 3, I think, eyeballing it, than it is to try and get down here in 5, which is a little problematic. Could that be a triangle? But then you've only got 3 waves left to get down here for the 5th. So no, I don't think it is. I was just thinking of maybe getting a 1, 2, 3, 4 so we don't get that overlap. Alright. Let's have a look at the very deep here. A to the B. See if we ping anything on the way down. Get the 89, 90, nothing specific. What would that be if we were to respect that trend line? What would we be looking at? About 78.6. Depends how it gets there, doesn't it? It could be another golden ratio, because we could be doing something like this, and then another deeper one for the E. Yeah, that's all right. I'm quite happy with that idea overall. So pick apart these. Can we get through this in 5 waves? easily. It's a bit of a mess, that is, isn't it? I would like a simple zigzag in the B of a triangle, to be honest. I don't really want complicated wave. You know, as a rule, we're only going to get one complicated corrective move within a triangle, and it tends to show up from the C wave onwards. Okay, more likely to occur in the D or the E. Pretty rare to see it in the A or the B, and if you do get it there, then you've already cancelled out your one complex correction. Okay, so Martin D asks, does it matter that there isn't any confluence in the RSI for a triangle? Now, it's a good question. It doesn't matter in the strictest sense. It's more we would like to see it. We prefer to see RSI supporting the move of a triangle in a contracting pattern, contracting momentum pattern. But it's a preference, it's a guideline. It is not a rule or a strict rule. I've seen plenty of triangles form without it, but we can have much higher confidence in a pattern that forms with the RSI and support. So since he's brought that up, let's have a look. So we're going to have to come out to a day time frame. I think already it's problematic in terms of expecting to see it. Depends on where your pivots are. So we've got a series of descending highs here. What am I doing? Putting a fib on the RSI. Yeah, and then you got a lower low here. I mean, yeah, that doesn't look. That doesn't support it, does it? To be honest, I mean, we've come far too far back. Actually, I didn't realise that. It's already from the high. We've got a higher RSI reading to begin with, this high to this high. And whereas the B wave, I guess you could say, is contracting via to the B wave. And then from the A, we get a lower low in the RSI, so we actually get more of a downward channel from this one, from here to here and here to here. No real evidence of a triangular structure forming. So in that sense, it doesn't support the idea of a triangle. No, it's something we'd like to see, and it is always reassuring when it's there. Some people will go so far as to say that a true triangle has to be supported by RSI. I wouldn't go that far myself. I would say it's a very strong tick in the box if we see it. Okay. So we seem to be snagging a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put those two into a separate folder, say triangle. Can always come back and look at this in more detail. That moment when you've got the caps lock on, you press the shift key. There we go. Alright, we'll throw those two trend lines in there as well. Righto, so there's one idea we can come back and work on. I think, I see when I look at it in arithmetic, all of a sudden my brain starts to think that it can see 5 waves in here, but I think I'm trying to talk myself into it. Have to get that pivot in order for this to be 5, and I don't like it, so we're not going to bother with that one. So the alternative was this one. Yeah, okay, so here's drawing on my own chart. I love doing that. So I'm just going to budge my microphone over there out the way so I can access my keyboard a little easier. If the volume drops off or you can't hear me as clearly, please let me know. Okay, so what about this then? This idea that we had a very quick wave 4. Now I've got two interpretations for this. I think I had one which was saying that it was a primary degree correction as well. Let's just try and get a look at the longer term picture for a moment. See which one seems more believable. So this is much more bullish. This idea obviously was, which was the idea that we're correcting an intermediate degree with a free primary degree to come in. Now when I look at it in log like this, assuming that this is the same wave degree as this, I have some concerns. Now, time consuming expanding flat pattern, short sharp double zigzag, so I guess you could claim alternation in time, which is no bad thing, alternation in form, but it might be just a little too much, but we can run with it for the meantime. Now if we do get a triangle in here, right, then we've got flat and triangle alternation, both of which are notoriously time consuming patterns. So although they're different in form, they're not really alternating in time purpose, you know, where we tend to see something short and sharp and aggressive and then something more time consuming later on or earlier on, vice versa. So there is an argument for this being a short and sharp correction, and it's going to fit, I feel, better at this intermediate wave degree than at what I was assuming was primary degree in the other count. So I think I'd stay here an intermediate degree with a more bullish count if we're going to interpret it bullishly over the shorter term. So that looks okay. Let's just now click on the pitchfork folder and watch the chart explode. Right, so which one are we looking for? Primary 1, 2, primary 1, 2. Okay, so here's our primary pitchfork for Chainlink. Plenty of room left to complete a primary 3, assuming we've already done the 3 of the 3 in this case. Okay. Somebody's just said, forgive me if I butcher your name, Cyprian Fusa. I remember reading that a triangle can alternate with any other pattern. This by definition in a motive wave is of course true, because you can only have a triangle in a wave 4, and therefore it is automatically going to alternate with the wave 2. So far as other patterns, you can have a triangle within one of the waves of a triangle. You can have a triangle in a B wave. You can have a triangle in an X wave. Okay, so what we've got here, W4IK3R says mega extend minor 1. Mega extended minor 1. Minor 1? Oh right, you're looking at my chart and saying it's very long. Yeah, it is in log. Right, it ain't in arithmetic. It just, that's the problem. You know, when we're looking at these exponential charts, things tend to look very, very skewed. But when you actually measure the 1 to the 3, it's not as drastic as it first appears to be. You see, the 3 actually comes in just shy of the 1618, which is a typical wave 3 target. So yeah, I'll concede that in log it does look extremely long. But when we come off of log, it actually 3 is considerably bigger. Okay. This is a much more simplified version of the chart. I don't even know what I did now in the original count. Don't worry about it, mate. I do that all the time. The amount of times I forget a log, take measurements, then come back and go, well, that doesn't work, and vice versa. Okay, just switch this off for a moment and let's have a look at how I got up here in the other count. So this is primary in the other count, I was saying, and this was 1, 2 intermediate, 3, 4. So I went for an intermediate one here, with a minor one being back here. So it's the same difference, it's just a downgraded wave degree, so it's basically the same count. This one. Oh wait a second, no I didn't. I'm talking bollocks. No, I got the intermediate one in the same place, right? Yeah, so I'm saying we've got this extended one, which it looks like in log, of course, in the minor 3, but we've got 4 completes without overlapping. The 1, 3 is not the shortest, so in both cases it looks legit, or it looks acceptable. Right, so getting back to this pitchfork for a minute, we can see it's been pretty reliable. We've spent a lot of time testing resistance and support around the median line here, all of this. So I feel pretty confident about the use of this piece of geometry here as well, with this wick. Found the bottom here if this was bullish, but we've now come back through the median line and back through it again in what must be a very deep 2 if we come in and measure it. So let's do that now. We'll come down to a small... I'll tell you what, before we do that, let's just have a look at some of our other pitchforks. What was that? Minor 1, 2 of intermediate, 5 of primary, 3. Oh right, so that goes with the other chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into intermediate 1, yep. Intermediate 1, 2. And why have I got that in a different place? I got an alternate count for that. This is a problem when you don't come back to a chart for a while and you're trying to remember what your brain was doing the last time you were here. For some reason, I've got the pivot for this 2 in a different place. Now from what I recall, I had a lower low here and settled with a truncated Z wave of a WX, YX, Z. I wasn't happy with it because I wanted this to be a 1 and a 2. I know that much, I remember that, because we got the higher low. So I think that's why I placed that pivot there, but it didn't matter what I did, I could not get anything in here, impulse or diagonal. So I obviously gave up, but I didn't give up the pivot. I obviously decided that was relevant. I'd have to go back and watch it now. And when you look at it, look at this. For, you know, pre-pivot accuracy, pre-pivot relevance. Here, 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 da-da-da, la-di-da, 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 right? So we've got this median line which is well in advance of actually being placed, which is already dictating with support and resistance. So I obviously kept it because I like the look of it. And then we get another test here, a whole bunch, a whole cluster around this head and shoulder. I think it was a little head and shoulders. There you go, drawing cocks on the wall at school. We got a bunch of tests here, back and forth along the 50, fall through here, back to the median line again, and then finishing the 3rd at the median line. Now I like that a lot because off of this initial pivot, I cannot for the life of me, I remember reading a book on pitchforks years ago, a while ago, and I remember an article which mentioned it, suggesting got the figure an 80% probability of reaching the median line off of an initial pivot. We came straight to it, and now we've fallen out of it, and we've back tested it as well. Well, maybe. So that looks a bit more bearish, and that suggests that the top here is of a different wave degree to what this initial pivot was. Let's just come off of log to get some bearings again for the moment. Dun, dun. Ending here. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 3 4 5. Maybe you could argue that you've actually got a 5 up here into a 1. I know I seem to be going off my initial idea quite considerably now, but I'm just reconsidering a few things. But then our initial pivot back here, the primary, is still very much intact. So we would expect, I will come through the median line multiple times here already, but this still looks intact. So I think it would actually make more sense to call this the end of this intermediate wave degree with a 5, and to top out at primary degree, roughly near the top of the primary pivot rather than the intermediate pivot. And that way, if we take the intermediate pivot, finishing at the median line with a 5th wave of the 3rd, that completes that wave degree. Now, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, that's fine. None of this is written down anywhere. Okay, this is my own personal use of combining Elliott wave theory with pitchforks. There's no official documentation on it, unless I write a book on it at some point. But then, you know, people might end up throwing it in the fire or throwing it at me, so I'd rather just keep it to myself and share it with you guys. See if you think it's bullshit or not. But I like to use pitchforks because I find, just a bit like regression channels, which we don't have the luxury of using here in log scale, have a very good habit of maintaining all of the price, or containing, I should say, all of the price data of a singular wave degree. It's just something I've noticed over years of applying it. So intermediate degree here, 1 2 3 4 5, completing at the median line, falling out of the outer bound of the pitchfork, not all the way out of the extreme of it, but once you break the pitchfork, that's normally a sign that whatever you were looking at is done. Okay, and as it would be often the case if you were looking at a regression channel. So I think now, actually, rather than the intermediate top being up here for the 3, that is more likely the primary 3. So that brings it back into line with pretty much what we're looking at in Bitcoin. We're expecting, it doesn't have to be, of course, excuse me, but we are thinking that we're in a primary 4. Or I am. I do have more bullish counts, but that is still my primary count for the moment. So completing the intermediate degree up here, I'm cool with that. Bringing back up the primary degree. So now the question becomes the same thing we're looking at in Bitcoin, isn't it? Which is the 4 down here? Okay. Or is the 4 here? Or is the 4 here? Okay. Back to the median line could have been enough. The fact that we've broken it again. Where am I taking the initial point on the pitchfork? That is a good question as well from Martin D. If I remember correctly, from when I did this deep dive, I looked up the ICO price of Link, could not find an older chart, and I basically tried to eyeball the date, because you don't get the date before the price data. Eyeball the date, and I used the ICO price that I found on Yahoo Finance as the target for the price that I was going to bring in the pivot from, and then I basically eyeballed it with the pitchfork the best I could do. Once I got the initial pivot, I then placed it in a way that interacted the most strongly with the price data, and that's the best you can do in this circumstance, or it's the best I could do in this circumstance. So you've got to give it a bit of leeway. It could be spot on, it could be total nonsense, but it seems to interact quite nicely. And the other one we were looking at, which was the intermediate pivot, which is placed off of a low, a clear low on the chart, does seem to interact very nicely. So yeah, take this one with a bit of a grain of salt, that the primary pivot is making a bit of an assumption, but that's all I can do, because I don't have price data going back beyond this point. This is unfortunately one of the issues with a lot of these cryptos. You know, I had, I wouldn't say, maybe it was a bit of a bitch on the Discord the other day. I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression. You are absolutely at liberty to make any chart request you want, and I will make the time eventually to get through it, unless I can't figure it out. But I had to make clear the point that when you're dealing with some of these really young assets, and I know that's all relative. If you've been in the market for 3 months, then you're going to think that, you know, 24 months, 36 months is a long time, but I absolutely assure you it is not a long time. It's brand new, basically. So at that point, you just have to go with what you can, really. Okay, so just shut down the chat accidentally. There we go. Right, so that's my explanation, and I'm sticking to it. So getting back to my point, which was the idea that once we complete a degree, we should see it correspond with a break of trend. Oh, in this case specifically a pitchfork, but essentially it's the same idea. You're breaking trend after you complete a certain wave degree, which was this one here. Okay, so right, I think I'm sorry if you're getting bored. I don't blame you, but this is me reminding myself of what I was thinking. And although I do talk to myself a lot, I fall out with myself quite often as well. Not a sign of not a good sign, I don't think that. Alright, so let's reconsider. So first issue, getting an impulse out of here. I think we have to work on that first if we're going to have any hope of being bullish. So can we BS an impulse into this lot? So first things first. Now, at a glance, and I'm sure most of you would agree, at a glance it is far easier to do that than it is to try and get 5 waves in here. Right, we can see some kind of extension which looks like a series of 1-2s. Then we get a nice clear 3-wave pivot, and then we get what looks like a very nice and clean 5-wave move here. So at first glance it does look more like 3 waves. So let's try and count through this nonsense here. Okay, I'm not willing to call that a primary or a larger pivot within an extension. It's just too small. So that's got to be part of something that's larger. That looks like there could be 5 little waves there and 3 there. So if I was going to say 1, 2, and before I measure anything or channel anything or do anything, I always just like to eyeball stuff. So that would be my first pick at a glance. Now that looks kind of triangular-y, but that also looks like 1, 2. So we need to zoom in here and see if we got a lower low, which we did get a lower low. Alright, so that could be, we'd have to come down a smaller time frame, but we can call that another 1, 2 potentially, since we get a lower low. This could be a running triangle. A 3 into a higher B, bum bum bum. A, B, C, D, E, something out there. What kind of extension or what kind of length did we get for the 3? 1618-ish. Let's just shift this to wave 3 fib extension. Yeah, I'll do. Alright, so another one. Ooh, hang on. Do this out again. 1, 2, 3, 4. What a mess up here. Now, bloody thing. Now the problem is here, I've already created the same issue I didn't want to create back here, which is I've now getting this pivot is arguably believable inside of this one. This is a triangle, if it is, and therefore more time consuming, so maybe we can get away with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like another 5-wave move here. And then we do this, which is lots of fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the hell is that? Right, so what if we're working on a 3? What is that? Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that could be. Jesus, that's dodgy, isn't it? Where the hell are we? Alright, I see. It's becoming a problem now, isn't it? Let's just check this pivot. I want to check this one. Here to here, because I think this is some kind of complex. So we don't get anywhere near 100 for this peak here. So we can't cheat and say short of 3, even short of 5. No, we can't. It's significantly bigger. I was thinking of just going like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe looking for some kind of diagonal, but that's not going to work. See, everything wants to finish here, right? Doesn't it? 3, 4. What about this? How can we make this work? And it looks like 3 waves. That is smaller than that. Okay, what about this? That is longer. Of course it is. Why would it be simple? At a glance, my initial response looking at it would be no, we can't get a clear 5-wave impulse in here. Oops, a daisy. Excuse me, guys. Alright, so let's abandon that idea for the moment. I would need more time to dig through that. I can't see a single 5-wave structure which makes sense here. Let's try and look at it in log, see if that helps. That's the thing I was saying, looked like a triangle. Nothing, there's no way, no, there's no way that's a pivot, is there? Not in a million years. So, yeah, it looks like 3 waves. This looks clearly like 5. Right. So what if the whole initial move up, can we make that work? 1, 2, 3, 4, can we get an A, B? 3, 4, 5 into an A. I don't like that. I'm not sure if this price data was here when I was doing the deep dive. I think thankfully it wasn't, otherwise I would have been here pulling, I was about to say pulling my hair out, but I'm bald, so, you know, pulling my beard out, I guess. Pulling my shorties. Can we say, no, see, we need a zigzag. There's one. There's another. There's another, and then this is too long, I'm sure it is. Yes, it is. Fucking crap. Can we get a series of longer pivots? To here, then to here. No, because then that's too short. Right, so I ain't got the foggiest. I can't get a clear impulse in here for this to finish as 5 waves. I'm struggling to get anything in there as 5 waves. Okay. It's just got to be some kind of weird relationship, hasn't it? It's got to be something like where I put the initial pivot 1, 2, or maybe back here. Then it's going to be an oversized 3, 4. That's the only place I can see it, because we've got a clear 5 waves here. So that has to be a finishing impulse, right? So this has to be some kind of diagonal structure in the 5th of the 3rd. If I was to guess, this is some kind of ABC zigzag into here. This is an ABC zigzag. I don't know, right, at this point. No. 1, 2, 3, 4 running flat there. 5 into the 1. I think I like that the most. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I do like that the most. And then this is another 1, 2, 1, 2. No, that's the triangle I was looking at originally, wasn't it? I don't like that now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4. Then we're still left with this mess here, which isn't a diagonal. 1, 3 is shorter than 1, but 5 is longer than 3, wasn't it? Yeah, 5 is longer than 3, so I can't do that. Brain ache. Right, that's all I'm going to do. Feel free to go and fuck around with that and see if you can come up with something. But I'm not stressing over it. Getting up here is difficult in 5 waves. In anything other than a 3 wave pivot is what it looks like. Okay, so that's potentially a problem in itself, because if it was 3 waves, it doesn't necessarily mean that this was the high. If you know what I mean, the dominant high. I mean, it is dominant high in price. What am I talking about? I'm trying to say that if we got up here as an A, B, C, right, but we want this whole thing to be an A, B, and a C. Fusa is saying maybe truncated 5th in diagonal. See what it means by that. So this here is a truncation. Okay, I don't want to spend too much longer mucking around here, to be honest. Got other things to look at. Let's just see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We can get through here. So then it's this problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, I see what he's saying. This would be the truncation here. Okay. I think. 1, 2, 3. Hang on. Let's just check that length. 1. That's longer. So what we'd be saying at that point would be that we've got an expanding diagonal, expanding ending diagonal, which truncates severely, essentially breaking the rule. What we'd want to see in this case would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bigger than the 3, but finishing prior to this trend line. That's very typical, but I guess that would probably have to do in the meantime. A zigzag into here, because hang about, wait a second. One, two, three. Oh yeah, right. It doesn't come back below the 1, so I was just losing my mind for a minute there. And then this is another truncation, is it? Or is it a higher high? It's a higher high, so at least we don't have to live with that. Well, whatever, that'll do. So now I look at it and it just looks like a free wave. That just looks like 3 waves, right? Bum bum bum. Doesn't it? Looks like a zigzag. So I can't get the clear count. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Some kind of screwed up mess here into the top of the 3 that I just at the moment can't figure out. Ah, no, wait a second. Did he mean the truncation here? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't be an impulse because we overlap. Check the lengths of those now. No, it's longer, isn't it, Tom? You keep checking it and you know it is. A running move here, maybe? It's still the same problem. I can't get that to resolve. And that looks to lend itself better to 5 waves down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then a corresponding 5 here. It seems corrective. Let's just have a look at the RSI in this point. See what's going on. Right, so no divergence between that prior high, and if there is, it's minor. Oh, it is present, but it's very small. Then we go from overbought to oversold. Yeah, see, when I look at that now, that looks like a 3 wave correction finishing an oversold, making a round trip here. Whereas we continue to essentially stay out of oversold conditions as we trend up to this high. So that to me suggests that that is a 3 wave move and that this is 5. Alright, so that's the best I can do at the moment. I'm not going to waste any more time digging through this. Feel free to do so. I'm willing to sacrifice accuracy for the moment for the sake of making some progress. So, yes, we have, in not at all the most legitimate way, got a 1 or an A up here. Okay, so 1, 2, bum, bum, bum. Degree is, we went back up to primary, didn't we? So minor into intermediate. I think that's fair, considering we're looking at a potential 5th wave at primary degree. If this is a 1, 2, I don't think we can go any smaller, otherwise it would be absolutely stupendously big. Right, so next thing we want to do, let's come off of log for the moment. Let's just see how this looks. See, it still has me leaning to the idea that it's 3 waves. But for the moment, we can say that's a completed impulse, just very dodgy. Okay. But we've done enough to say A, B, C, because we've got 5 here. We can clearly see an A, B, C here. So going on the bullish idea for the moment. Now this could be a B wave at this point, so we got a lot of flexibility here. We don't have to have a nice impulse, in other words, we can have a mess and still be happy with it. And I think that's going to serve us much better than trying to get an impulse in here for an ABC zigzag. Just at a glance. Three waves to there. I think 1, 2, or 1, 2, 5 there for a C. That could be a flat. 3 waves here, 3 waves here, or this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3 waves here. Either way, going to a high, I would be happy to call that a combination, or a double zigzag perhaps. I think it's a combo. Don't think that's diagonal in there at first glance. 1, 2, can you get a 4 which completes? No, I don't think you can. Triangle, no, because you've got a higher height. So I think that's going to subdivide as another zigzag, would be my guess. So WXY makes sense there. Best as I can. Like, we've been an hour and we've done barely done one thing. So 5 waves down in a C. Is that doable? I think so. Not gonna like it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. I'm gonna say 4 for the moment, 5. Might have to tidy that up a bit. I've got a feeling I'm going to do all of this. Got to do all of this and won't be able to get off of a low. Foos is saying 7 waves up, so it looks like a double zigzag. Yeah, I agree. I've got it as a double zigzag. 7 waves, 7 wave move. I don't want to spend any time digging into the specifics here. 1, 2. I think that's probably going to be the 3, 4 here. And an invisible or truncated 5th. An invisible 3, 4. This happens so frequently in crypto. All the time. Liquidation events just seem to turn 3s, 4s and 5s into single lines, causing no end of problems for us Elioticians. Seems to be 5 there. Is that a higher high? I think it is. I'm going backwards here. Let's try that again. And it's got to be a diagonal, has it? No, can't get there. What am I doing? Oh, shit, you're going to end up in Subdivision City here if you're not careful. Yeah, that'll make Ian happy. Come down to the 5-minute chart and count every single bump. I'm not taking the piss. Kind of am a bit though, but that's not the point. Right then. So you'd have to go as a flat bump, 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 expanding flat. This would now be 3, 4. There's a 5-wave impulse here. That's probably the best I can do to get down in the 3. It's not pretty. Fucking spikes all over the goddamn place. A, B, C. Give or take the wick, that's a zigzag. With either a truncation if we count the wick. How the fuck do we get down here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that's it there then, isn't it? Is that it? Is there an overlap? No? Alright then, that'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just gotta check that there is no overlap there. I can't quite see this far out. Nope, there isn't. Alright, fine. It's just a dodgy looking impulse. We got a lower low. Oh my god, look at that. Is that... It's going to be a fucking double bottom, isn't it? Ignoring that liquidation wick. Same damn thing. Can't even use it as a wave 2 pivot now, can we? The amount of times I see this in crypto does my nutting. Oh, wait a second. I think I speak too soon. I don't think it double bottoms exactly. No, it doesn't. There's a gap. Alright, that makes life a little easier. Okay, so we've got a gap there. So we can call that 1, 2. Potentially. Which means we can go with that truncation. That will probably solve the idea of not being able to get an impulse off of a low. Which I suspect we would not be able to do clearly. So I'm going to move it to there. And I'm going to say... What am I going to say? Bump. 1, A, B, C. It's got to be it. I think that's about the only thing I could do with that. Flat. This would be 3, this would be 4, this would be a truncated 5th, into a 5th, into the C for 2. See how it looks in line. Yeah, you see no truncation here on the line graph, it's just 5 waves down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I know we count the wicks and we pay attention to the wicks, so I will call it a truncation. But if there's one series of assets I'm willing to give myself a little bit of leeway on, is the crypto space. So we managed to get, we're saying this is some kind of zigzag or combo. This is a dodgy as fuck impulse. And this is an impulse in a C. So we've got 5 waves down in a C. Right, we just need to upgrade the wave degree here so it all makes sense. La-di-da. There we go. So we've got the potential for 1, A, B, C, 2, but it's ugly as hell. So, since this is the more updated one, I will save this as okay. Save a chart. Test that it loads. Yes, it does. There we go. Alright then. So let's now try and get off of a low here. I'm going to give myself 10 minutes to do this and then I'm going to quit and look at something else because it's taking a long time. Alright, so by getting the truncation we've made life a little easier off of the low because this here is a cleaner impulse than this liquidation spike into a high would be. You know, if there's one thing which really upsets me on the chart, it's when we have to go like wick 1, and then actual real life grown up candles for a 2, you know, and it's like it's so bad when you have to do that. And yet you could say, oh look, there's a diag there because we cut this gigantic 1, 2, tiny 3, 4, tiny 5. Yeah, so it's just a pet hate. Don't like it. So that makes life a little easier, because I think here we can go 1, 2. I think we can actually go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 subdivision. Okay, 3, 4, 5 up into here. We'd have to come down to a smaller time frame, but I'm sure if we look for it, it'll be there. And since I'm running out of time, we know for a fact that this does not come to a lower low. So what we're saying is insanely deep 2. Like stupendously deep 2. Or what? No, I was about to talk absolute bollocks then for a minute. Yeah, that's 3 waves. Is it though? God, what looks like a 3 and a 4 here. That's a bit annoying. Zigzag in here, zigzag in here, zigzag in here. Maybe. That'd be the easy way out, wouldn't it? I like the easy way out. Let's do that. 1, 2. Bum bum bum. Another freaking green. You know what? Going up in a straight line. Alright, so the easiest. What is that? Can't use that as I've got an overlap. See, for a minute, when you first look at this, it looks like a really nice extension. A 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then we can't do that because we get this overlap here, so we can't scale up the wave degree. So this now becomes far more likely to be a single move into this here. Then you could argue that this and this are an extension. Maybe. Leonardo is saying running flat. Now I don't know exactly where he's talking about. Are you talking about this, Leonardo, or are you talking about the whole pattern? I'll wait for your response. We'll have some coffee. That's just while he's waiting, responding. Let's see if there's any merit. The whole thing, he says. No, it can't be, mate. I'm running flat. If we're gonna say 3, 3, and then 5 in a C, right? 3, 3, 5 for a flat. We want to see in a running flat the B wave come back beyond where the A wave began. If we're talking a regular flat going lower, we'd want to see at least a 90% retracement, and we don't get anywhere near it. We've measured it. We get a 61.8, which is what gave us the impression here. Ping off the 61.8 gave us the impression that it was more likely a zigzag or a triangle. So the whole thing, it cannot be a flat. So that's off. That's definitely off the table. It's either bullish 1, 2, triangle incomplete, or zigzag incomplete. Like I said, the problem I have with the zigzag is I can't get down here in 5, not cleanly, in a way that makes me happy. So I'm probably going to write off the zigzag, and that brings us down to triangle or it's bullish at that point, unless there is a way down here in 5. Oh right, no. Sorry, when you said the whole thing, I thought you meant the whole thing. In a smaller pattern? Oh okay, do you mean this, because that's literally what I'm saying. I'm saying that is a running flat. Or are you talking about this circled bit here? Or this circled bit? Stay out of this, Martin. Just joking. WXY. Oh god. Right. I need directions. Minute 1. How long ago did I draw that squiggle? That's it. I'm going to control Z until it goes away. There we go. Hang on. Right, let me get this right. Minuet 1 here. So this to this to this. Is that right, Leonardo? There's a 10-second delay on here, guys. Unfortunately, that's the best I can do latency period live streaming on YouTube. So every time I ask a question, I've sat here waiting. Yes, he says. Oh yes, 8th of December through to the 30th of December. Or 1st of Jan. Yeah, okay, right, I got you. Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? I think that's probably the easier, isn't it? So I'll tell you what we can do, and I think we can upgrade that wave degree, can't we? It's quite sizable. It is like a lot of it's lots. Too big to be minuet. So let's bump it up to minute. Fuck it, bump it up to minor. It's like 20 odd days, isn't it? That'll do me. I'm happy with that. You know, that actually accommodates this swing here, doesn't it, to the lower low, because we can call this with our B wave here. We can break this into, yeah. So we can keep that as a free wave pivot to here. We can accommodate that swing low now. B, C, 1, 2. Some serious acceleration here. See this fractal? Okay. Here, right? What does this pile of crap remind you of? Oh, look. It's the exact same thing again. Even down to this little pivot. It's and pivot. Now, I'm not one of those conspiracy theorist people who say you see the same fractal everywhere. You don't, but you in multiple assets. But you do quite often see the same fractal occur in the same asset. But then again, I always bear in mind that could just be me being paranoid and looking at something and saying, I've seen that before. I've looked at so many patterns, so many times, so many charts that I could convince myself of anything at this point. So I'd rather just pretend it's not there and carry on counting. But it does look bloody familiar, doesn't it? So I think that's an initial pivot, surely. Here, we don't get a lower low. That could be another flat, and if it's a different wave degree, I'm cool with that. 1, 2, bump, bump, bump. Or 1, 2 with a truncation, because that does kind of resemble 5 waves. Then 1. Gets a bit messy here. Bum 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 bum. It's not going to come down as 5 now, is it? That looks like another 1, 2 at a glance. If we are accelerating into a 3, that could make sense. It just seems like a 3-wave pivot here though, but it's just 2-hour time frame and the speed it's coming up. Oh, bloody thing. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. You see, I haven't actually, hand on heart, looked at the Bitcoin chart for a couple of days. I've had notifications coming through saying shit's going up, but I'm always reluctant to come in and start eyeballing stuff so early on, because it's so easy to get carried away. Better to wait until something clearer emerges. So I don't know really, I haven't looked at the price action of Bitcoin. Will I come and have a look later? But if it's starting to show a potential impulse off of its low, then maybe this is input. I mean, like I said, it doesn't have to be correlated, but they often are. Right, I'm going to save that there now, and I'm going to say that's the best for the meantime we can do for a bullish interpretation. The triangle is my next favourite as a corrective interpretation. Okay, purely because I can't get 5 waves down for a for a zigzag, and it's not deep enough for a flat. Where the hell's my folder? Oh, there it is, right below it. Okay, alright, so there's our minor bullish scenario, and there's our triangle. So let's put up a couple of ubiquitous levels which are going to help us in both cases. B wave high, can't invalidate this now. We can have a swing high for the B in a triangle, for a running triangle, but we can't have any further subsequent wave go beyond the prior wave top, if that made any sense at all. I know what I mean. So that becomes a cut-off for the triangle, right? So, and it would help confirm a more bullish count as well, because we're taking out a major swing pivot in a 3-wave move, come up as an impulse, 1, 2 on a larger time frame perhaps. Then we can look for support, but it's got to do all of that yet before we start jumping to any kind of conclusion. So triangle invalidation. Martin says, what about a combination for the whole thing? Did I think about that? You know what, I don't think I did. Oh, Martin, I was just getting ready to move on as well. Alright, we'll come back and have a look. Triangle invalidation. This should, if we're getting a combination, then this same triangle invalidation is our intermediary pivot between 2 connective waves, would be my assumption. So the pivot, the importance of this being taken out would still apply in both cases, if that made any sense. Doesn't have to, but it would be highly likely that it would. So let's just get the triangle out of the way here. And say, right, so fair enough. Yes, of course, there's definitely potential for a combination. W, X, and this will be a 3-way pivot into a Y. Correct, Martin? Is that what you're thinking? That's got to be some kind of diag. Similar in many ways to what Tron and XRP are doing, but in a completely different place. similar price action. He says yes, that's it. Cool. Well, there you go. We've done all the small work, right? What we'd want to see here, really, if the X wave itself did not subdivide as a more complicated wave, as a combination or double zigzag itself, which I hate doing. Just personal dislike. If you're going to say combination or zigzag, double free, double flat, triple zigzag, whatever, you are telling people in the title what you expect the subwaves to be constructed of. So if you're saying WXY, you're saying zigzag, 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 triangle, flat, zigzag, flat, flat, or whatever you're saying, right? You're not saying W double combination, X double combination, triple combination, Y double combination, because that's not what it's called. It's not called a double combination. Sorry, I'm ranting now, but it just pisses me off when I've done it myself out of desperation, but I hate it. Because the whole point of having a complex pattern is that it subdivides into simpler patterns. That's kind of the whole point. So I think eyeballing it, we could say that. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Now we know for a fact that we've got an impulse down here. We could easily interpret this as free. Okay, using that same flat pattern that Leonardo mentioned, we could use that as our B wave. And push a C here for the B. And then that would give us a 5 wave move down in the C of the Y. At that point we can make a projection, right? Assuming this is our pivot complete. We don't know, right? What if it's this to here, this is the flat to here, so this becomes A, this becomes B, and then this is the C, right? And then we end up with a fucking flat at the end of the day, and then we get 5 waves down. You see, this is like the problem when you just don't know where you are. It's every time you open a door, you walk into a room with more doors. So that's just Elliott wave, I'm afraid. You have to try and get the simpler patterns down and see how things develop. Okay, so let's save this then. So double. I see 535 in that initial W move, so I'm going to say double zigzag. Rather than combination. Okay, so let's get a price projection on that. 61.8 and 100 are the most common with Y equaling W. Use our normal fib. Okay, so 100 is below negative price territory, so it's not that. Not unless it's going to 0. So that one's right off. Next most common, 61.8 golden ratio. This is one of the more, I think I mentioned this in the chart patterns video, that this is one of the more common ways of getting a double bottom. The most common way is 3, 4, 5 ABC, obviously, but you can also get these shorter relationship Y waves, as you can with C's as well. They don't always have to come to 100%. It's just more common in a zigzag ABC pattern that the C will go beyond the A. It's just more common for that to occur. So there's a 61.8 extension, so there's a potential completion for the W. Now at that point you're going to end up with a pretty funky looking zigzag. So let's look at the projection of the zigzag itself. We don't know it's complete. Right, so maybe taking the subwave pattern as a target rather than the Y equals W might be a better fit here. Might be. So there's 2 levels you can watch. So if Martin's right, and we've got a double zigzag, there's 2 targets. One other way we could look at this is, because we've got such an enormous price skew going on, we could look at this in log and look at the targets in log as well. I didn't initially think of that, so let's see what kind of one-to-one we get in log scale. Whoa, that is deep at that point, but not as deep as that one. So yeah, maybe we'll put a log scale target on a one-to-one. This question that comes back and forth multiple times, like what is the validity of log versus linear? I made a video on it, and all I could really do was lay down guidelines about the difference between eyeballing something and measuring something, because I've had this discussion multiple times. If when it comes to measuring stuff in arithmetic scale, what makes sense to the eye can be complete nonsense and have no relationship Fibonacci scale wise or Fibonacci relationships at all. So it is very much a case of eyeballs versus measurement, and which you think fits best. You have to account for these exponential markets though when you're looking at overall structure, and that's why we have to look at it in log scale. So if you're willing to make observations in log scale, then perhaps you should be willing to make measurements. I'm not saying it's legit, I'm not saying it's written down somewhere telling you to do it, I'm just saying it seems like you should do both. To me, it always has done. Seems like it's a perfectly acceptable thing to do. Right then, so I think we've done enough here on our Chainlink chart for the moment. Let's gather all this together. Say levels. Alright then, what's next on the docket? Let's have a look. Sand. Okay, I don't even think I have a chart for it. Now I'm not going to spend as much time on this as I just did, because I'm going to be starting from complete scratch here, I think. So I can't remember who it was on the Discord who said they were in this one. They put it in the live session ideas. Bear with me for a moment. Georgie, spelt with 2 J's, 00. He says, Tom, I'm balls deep in sand. Well, I would stop going down the beach naked if that's the case. You know. He says, I've managed to FOMO myself into an all-time high, and would appreciate it if you could throw that one in. Now, I have done that one before. Okay, we all had to start trading somewhere. Anyone who says they haven't brought an all-time high and regretted it is a fucking liar. Right, we've all done it. So I will come and have a quick look at that. This is how we learn risk management the hard way. See, I made a chart, but apparently it's lunar, so that's not right. So maybe I saw it and intended to do it and then I got distracted. That's most likely me. Right, what kind of charts have we got here? FTX gives us a swing low. What about... oh, that's better. Oh, Jesus. It's always the case, isn't it? Okay, we're going to be ignoring that. Okay. Alright, fair enough. I think this is the best chart we've got. So, is that triangle? Move to here. Could be a diag. That looks like an impulse. Right, so the first thing we've got to decide here is if we're going to pay this wick any attention at all. So let's just see if this is a problem elsewhere. What's this dated at? It is August, 14th of August 2020. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. Nope. September 2020, and we don't have to deal with that horrible candle. So when I'm looking at this chart, I get to pretend it never happened. I like that. Hands over ears, la 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 your way into ignorance. But I suppose we should take the most price data. Okay, so it's going to be this one with this horrible, stupid candle here. Right. Hang on, has my chat stopped working? Oh no, I just closed the window. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Right then. Right then. Okay, let's come off of the log for a minute. Now, I go back and forth on a lot of these alts frequently. And what I find myself doing is either saying 1 or 3. And the thing which tends to be the tiebreaker is if we rallied to highs roughly with Bitcoin or during the higher high that Bitcoin gave us, which would be the B wave in our interpretation. So I guess it's a question of how do we count our way through this. Like I said, I don't want to be here forever. Right, so what's this? I don't want to use that, to be honest, but just out of curiosity I'm going to see what happens. Nothing fits it. That kind of does. That might not be a 1-2. That might be it. Okay, I'm just going to lock that in place for a minute. I need some kind of geometry to work with before I start throwing shit at the wall. So, lower low. Excuse me. That's the lower low. But if that's the lower low that we want to use as our pivot, then this has to be impulsive or motive. Right, this has to be motive. And there's no way at first glance that's motive at all. This is free. To higher high, this is free. And this looks like free. Kind of triangularly again, but it's not, because we've got this big ass low here, so some kind of combination. I'm not going to stress over the shape of it here, down here at 0.03 cents with fuck all volume and in participation. I'm just going to give myself a benefit of the doubt that this is the pivot because it looks right. Okay, so let's just have a quick look at this and see how valid this idea is. Alright, so we've got some channeling here. We've got some pre-emptive interaction with the median line before the pivot, after the initial but before the completed pivot. we've got some interaction here is resistance, interaction here is support, 61.8 tag, 38.2, top of the pitchfork, 61.8 to the tick, 61.8 test here, median line mucking about, 38.2 mucking about, bottom of the pitchfork test, ping, ping, ping off a median line, 38.2, median line test, back test, 61.8, 38.2, swing, top, Bob's your uncle, 38.2, 61.8, median line ish. That looks pretty cool. So I'm going to stick with that, and we'll work with this, try and get our wave degree sorted out and say that this is the primary as it contains everything thus far. So that'll be the first thing I do. I don't know how this is going to end up looking. I'm just working from scratch. So if this is a subwave, it's a big subwave. Okay. What was I saying earlier about how I hate wick 1? Well, perhaps body 1 is just as bad. But the candle's there for a reason. Not necessarily one we want to have to accept, not necessarily one we have to pay attention to, but it is there because shit happened. So I think at that point, the next obvious leap we need to make is see if there's anything which fits a smaller degree here. I mean, I think it's going to be a struggle, to be honest with you, looking at the shape of it. I don't even fucking have a Tumblr account. Fuck off. Bloody spam emails. I like that. I don't like that. That looks too toppy. It could have been that bullish, I guess. I'm not sure which I prefer there. Let's just be accurate with this pivot here, then see what we can get. Now we're not using the lower low. I haven't checked it yet, but I've already taught myself out of this being impulsive. It just doesn't look like it. I think that's it. Is that it? I really don't think it matters. I'll take that one. Try and be accurate. Okay. Let's just shift this bottom pivot along and see what we get. It changes the interaction slightly. Marginally. Oh, I like that. But that's off a completely random place. It's very tricky to know where to do this. The median line and the 61.8 have the strongest relationship at all times. Whether it's the standard deviation of a regression channel, whether it's the median line of a channel, whether it's the golden ratio, Fibonacci extensions, retracements. So my eyes always tend to seek out those levels first. See, that's not as good. So I think I like that back test on the median line. That one there, I think that's the one I like the most. Because of the lack of clear price data down here and impulsive moves and clear pivots, we can't just say there's the dominant low. You've got like a dozen of the little crap buggers down here, you know, which you could pick from. Getting an impulse out of there, I don't think it's even worth considering that initial pivot, because if this wasn't log scale, we could probably imagine quite clearly that this is a subwave in itself. Here, if you see what I mean, like that. I don't think that takes too much of imagination to make that leap. That's definitely a single move of the same wave degree, that all of this is shared in the same wave degree. This is the next larger pivot. That seems pretty obvious. So the question then, the most obvious one, is this just an extension? Right, in which case it's like uber bullish, isn't it? There's still a pardon my language. I was about to, don't apologise if you didn't actually swear, Tom. Sweared in my mind. There's still so much space down here to come back. That's the thing. Same with this pivot here, right? So even though you say, oh, it could be super bullish, it could be a fucking painful wait for it to sort its shit out. So we've got this locked now. So let's get these labelled before I forget what I'm doing. Primary 1, 2. Intermediate 1, 2. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so now let's just have a quick feel for what our momentum indicators are telling us. Okay, so there's support for the idea of it being the extension. Okay, because where do we expect to see the greatest strength? Is in the free, and where in the free do we expect to see the greatest strength? In the free of the free. And if you break it down, you're going to have 1, 2, here's the free of the free, and 1, 2, here's the free of the free of the free. And then we've got absolute badass RSI readings, a huge MACD movement here. That's early days. That's the problem when you're looking at something that only goes back to August 2020. You're like, yeah, it's a free, but what of what, right? What is it morphing into over the next 10 years? It's impossible to know. That's the problem with such young assets. But off of the cuff, I'd have to say that, yeah, all of this points towards this being an extension at the moment and this being a free. So once again, we end up in a situation where multiple contradicting counts across multiple cryptos. I don't know how problematic that is, to be absolutely honest, because I look at like XRP and I'm like, it hasn't even made a new high since 2018. Okay, whereas loads of others have come out of nowhere, set new highs, and some old cryptos have gone on way beyond them. So stuff doesn't have to be doing the same thing. So it can be a real fallacy to get yourself stuck into that way of thinking. So that's fair enough. So now surely then the next pivot should fit with inside this. He says surely, so confidently. We're going to hit a snag sooner or later. This should be accelerating into a free of a free. Okay, so we shouldn't, whatever we get on here should not be breaking down. Fingers crossed. It should be maintaining its structure. Which, if that's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you could argue that this is just an extra confirmation of a very aggressive third wave, right? Because we break out right to the extreme of it, then we work our way into the pitchfork, test the outer bound, through the median line, back test the median line. Feels like we want to do the hat trick and get our way all the way back through this. That's just a feeling. I'm not saying that's legitimate. But that seems to contain this wavelength. So I'm going to bring this down. No, I'm not going to hide it, you twerp. I'm going to bring this down to the minor wave degree, right? We'll be happy with that. So now, what I would normally do, as if you remember my deep dives, is I would compare the size of these corrections once I've established the geometry of the wave degree to see if the scale in time makes sense with our assumption of wave degree. That's normally where I start, to be absolutely honest with you. So we got 151 bars here, 86 here. This is our next wave degree from this. So this next one should be smaller again, and this should match more closely this one here. 31, and currently 47. So yes, I would say that this is a wave degree within a, this is a wave degree within a wave degree within a wave degree. So this is an art attack. This is an art attack. This is art attack. There you go. UK TV reference. If you don't get it, don't worry about it. Oh yeah, fucking log scale. I forget about that, don't I? Stupid thing. Right then, so trick for trying to place a channel in log scales. I know everybody wants to do it. You got to start from the bottom instead of the top, and then you got to eyeball it like that. Okay. Ooh. That's the only way you're going to get a channel in log scale. Mole8S is saying the sand PA pattern looks extremely similar to XRP 2017. Check it out. Very, very similar. I will have a look at some point. Cheers for that. So getting on. Here's a channel. We like that. Containing all price data. Hide this. So we've currently got, let's go through them. Primary pivot, intermediate pivot, minor pivot, and it all seems to be adding up so far. We've measured our corrections, and this is bigger than this is bigger than this. That's cool. So far everything seems to be scaling into an extension. We've checked our RSI and our MACD, picking out the 3 of the 3 of the 3. We're assuming that looks good. So now let's throw some numbers on the chart, having made our assumption. We'll have a look at the volume. Okay, what am I on here? Binance. It's the best I can do for the price data. I'm not so sure I can do that much with it regarding volume. God, my God, look how thin this thing is. Jesus. I don't even know what the market cap of this thing is. It doesn't matter, does it really? Right, 1, 2, bum bum bum. Now I warn you, none of this is going to make sense when we switch back into arithmetic. Okay, it's going to look like dog shit because we've gone lots of percentages. How many figures is that? There's 106,577%. So yeah, nothing's going to make sense from an arithmetic point of view. 1, 2, 3, 4 could be done. Could be moon. Right, so there we go. So this becomes minor. Right, intermediate 3 waiting up here somewhere. Okay, so that's my best shout at sand so far. We've identified our various wave sizes. We've identified our various pivots. We've identified our plans within plans. Okay. June reference. The original, that is. Okay, so let's now start putting something else on the chart now. I'm not, for the moment, Because like I said, I don't want to be here forever. I'm not gonna stress over these corrections. Right, no overlap. I don't even know where to begin that. It's just like I said, so thin down here. 3 extending into the 5th. Just eyeballing it, I'm going to say that. And there's room for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subwave here in the 3. That's a zigzag. And that's a zigzag, so that's WXY. WXY. Let's save this chart. Bum 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 bum. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll call that a flat. Makes life easier. Now we got 5, so that's better. That's going to be a zigzag. That'll be a flat as well. That's going to be top menu. I'm guessing because of that wick, I'll count that as a 3-wave pivot. I prefer that anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here in a C, just eyeballing it again. Minute, degree into minor. Actually, let's move that across. Give that the benefit of being a I'd have called it a truncation, wouldn't I? You see, if I don't, I'm going to end up with a larger correction within a smaller correction. We do see it sometimes in crypto, but I don't like doing it. Could be another double, can't it? Could be, no, I prefer the idea of it being a flat. No, we'll live with that then. Okay, I'm not going to look at it, so don't hang me. I'm just going to do that for the moment. And then this can be another 1, 2. That can be a 3, 4. This can be the 3, 4. And this is another 5-wave structure here. Okay, I hope you guys are finding this useful or entertaining and you're not falling asleep. This is what I call the deep dive segment of the video. You guys get to see how I operate. I hope you find it interesting, because the whole point of the Discord and the whole point of the Patreon is to make more competent Elioticians out of everybody. I wish I had the time and the energy to answer every question and fulfill every request. I really do, but I'm just one man with a 5-year-old daughter and another child on the way, due in April, just a couple of months away. So I am going to be a very busy man in the not too distant future. I will always do my best to make myself available, but how available we are just going to have to see. Right, this is going to be a subwave at minute degree. Minuet degree. And then this is going to be the subwave here. So now the all important question that I'm sure the bloke who actually asked me to look at SAN is hoping to know, which is this complete? To which I'm going to say, you'll find out in the next episode of the Green Star Trading livestream. No, that makes me a total dick if I do that, doesn't it? So let's not do that. Just winding you up. So we'll come and look at that next, since we've fixed all of this. Save. count. There we go. Okay, so let's just have a recap for a moment. I'm not stressing over this. Cannot be bothered. So, a quick recap. We've locked everything into a parallel channel. Groovy. We've located our primary pivot. We know that this is longer in time span than our intermediate pivot, and the intermediate pivot is longer than our minor pivot. So this is a wave degree within a wave degree within a wave degree. So that's what we've convinced ourselves of so far. We like how the pitchfork interacts here. We like how it interacts here, and we like how this interacts here as well. So this is the work. This is the piece that we need to work on now, then, isn't it? We need to adjust this because I've set a flat, so the pivot needs to come back. So let's see. This is why I always go back and check what you're doing. Right. So now we need to now there's nothing saying. This is another thing I want to make absolutely clear. The traditional way of using pitchforks, which I have no problem with and I think is a perfectly valid way of doing things, is to place them on the dominant pivot, right? But I've developed a methodology of placing them upon Elliott wave pivots as well. I think both methods are valid, and you should probably consider doing both anyway. I think the dominant pivot actually looked better, to be honest, first glance here. So maybe I've jumped the gun in calling this a 1. I've jumped the shark. So let's just say we'll go back to what we saw originally. I don't know. Okay, quick vote, guys. Who prefers A, which is this 1-2 flat pivot projecting forward? That's A. And who prefers this? This is B, which is the idea that this would have to be a zigzag, and this here would be some kind of flat or wave 4. Vote now. A or B. That's 10 seconds, so either people are going to respond or everyone's just keeping their head below the parapet and like, I don't know. Oh, there's one. A. Craig says A. We need a tiebreaker for Craig at least. Oh no, there's another one. Leonardo says A. Leo. We got B. Oh, it's 2-all. It's 2-all. Now we need a tiebreaker. Oh, Master Shifu, waiting till after the other people have voted. Very wise. A. Right, looks like A. He's got it. All right, fair enough. A. All right, awesome. There's Steph V and James. Okay, so I get to absolve myself of all my responsibility now. If this is wrong, it's your fucking fault. Brilliant. There we go. I'm happy now. I can walk off and say I consulted with my field of Ellioticians and they assured me that it's this. So there you go. Can you do votes on YouTube? Chat? I'm sure you probably can. That's it. You know, I'll have to look into how to do that. Right, so we've decided A. That's cool. That's cool. We're going to go with this pivot. And we're going to save the chart. I think I prefer that as well, purely because this hit... Oh, magnet's on. This here is a bit messy. Right. This is either an out of scale wave 3 to a much smaller pivot here. So we can go 1 2 1 2, massive 3 4 in a subwave, 5 3 4 5. I don't really like that, especially as I can't really pick out a 5-wave impulse here for what can be our B wave. So yeah, I think I prefer that pivot as well. I don't necessarily prefer the pitchfork it's created, so let's have a look at what a shift pitchfork looks like on here. Okay, and the original is going to be vertical, isn't it? Almost. Ooh, interesting. I don't like how it breaches the bottom of the pitchfork here. That's too early. If you're going to go up and away 3, you'd expect it to be like 1 2 3, everything contained, rather than this weird meandering rush to get back inside. But when you look at it, right, ping off the outer bound, ping off the outer bound, pivot around the 38.2, 61.8, very common, hit the median line. So maybe a look at this in arithmetic scale would help resolve this issue, because now we could say 1 2 3 4 5 up to here, and this is a completed wave degree, which would change our initial assumption that the 3 was yet to come in, and this is the 3 over here, and that means we're correcting on an intermediate wave degree and it's bigger. But then look at the difference in scale between our teeny tiny, what would be our 3, which is 9 days. That would have to be upgraded in wave degree to match the -2 here, which is 58 days. Seems a bit crap, that does, really, doesn't it? Doesn't feel right. Not saying it's not right, I'm just saying it doesn't feel right. So I think I prefer our initial assumption. So although I think the best fit was the shift, was it? No, it's the same breach. Okay, we have to live with this here, no matter what we do. Hang on. No, that's bullshit. You can't get a. Oh, it could be A, swing B, C, D, E. Could be. I mean, think about the relationship there, though. We'd be saying 1, 2, 3, 4. All of this. That seems like crap to me. That does. So forget that idea. Do we have to finish here? Can we finish further over? Am I just trying to force it to make it look prettier than I... Maybe I am. Just having a fiddle. Totally sideways correction. I mean, like literally totally sideways. That would be an original. But that hits the median line. I'm just going to stick with my initial assumptions for a minute. That's going to take more time to figure out. I'll go with the modified shift here. It's the best fit. I tend to lean into shift in arithmetic scale for corrections, but I find that in log scale anything which helps frame the market is worth considering. Okay, so right now we've done all of that. Let's save the charts, turn this off, and let's see if we can get this to channel in a way that we're happy with. Now we're going to have the same problem in log here. it's lower than that, so I think we're going to have to start a little lower down, just eyeballing it, come across this pivot, and that should give us the 1 to the 3 if my eyes are about right. That's not too bad. So if you imagine that all I've done is gone from 1 to the 3 and dragged it down. Okay, we can't do that in log, it won't let us do it. So what you've got to do is you've got to look at the angle of the dangle between the 2 points and try and guesstimate where you need to place to start to cross those 2 points. It's a bit of an art form. So that suggests there's plenty of room for this way forward, like loads of room. So while we're here, let's just throw up an invalidation point. Not the B wave pivot, it is the top of the 1, that is the invalidation point. Oh god, what have I done over here? My other screen's just gone mental. Okay, I sorted that out. Not well in place. Oh my god, is it 10 past 3? Jesus, okay, I'm getting way more into this than I thought I was going to. Shit. It's taking a lot longer than I thought. It's a problem when there's no one here to call me on anything. And I'm just free to talk to a captive audience. Should never allow me that. Okay. Okay. Now, did we do this for the intermediate wave degree? It's got to be shallower than that. And what are you doing? Oh god, that's no use to anybody. Let's try that again. In line with that too. That's way off. And just set me up or down. It's going to be mean further down, isn't it? I think. Yeah, way further down. Someone needs to get TradingView to create somewhere in between those two places. Needs to get TradingView to figure out how to get the software to work. That's close-ish. But we can't come back to the bottom of this channel for 1, 2, 3. Looking for the 3 here. So just projecting off of this pivot here, we could probably bring the 5 down lower. I mean, it is kind of crazy because I forgot I was in log. So if I did put it up to the top of this channel, we would be talking about it going to $40, and it's currently at $5. I guess anything's possible, isn't it? So what does the pitchfork say about that? Yeah, about right. So that's the channel. So you can always get a channel because of the pitchfork, but you have to have the pivot in place. You can't just frame it as easily. Median line and the edge of the pitchfork for the 5. I haven't measured anything in Fibonacci yet, so I don't know if this is complete nonsense. But that, from a geometry point of view, looks okay. Okay, so now all of that's done. The big reveal. Here it is in arithmetic scale. Actually, you know what? It doesn't look bad at all, does it? Because if a 3 is the strongest wave and what we expect it to be in an exponential market, or most markets for that matter, then I say this is a pretty convincing 3. So I'm cool with that. But yeah, totally different animal. This is the problem. It's so. I mean, I think I had a message earlier, or I answered the question on the Discord from somebody who was saying, what do you do when you get yourself in a muddle over whether you should be using log or linear. Baba Yaga, his name is. And he is saying he got himself completely fucked up looking at something in log. And I put a count out for him on something that he was asking about. And I said to him, and I'll say this to anybody, if you find yourself that confused about an asset, the first thing you need to do is unfuck yourself. Okay, so that means turn away from the screen, from that asset, take a break, come back, look at something different, give yourself a break. Right, because it's so easy to just get obsessive and get stuck and get angry and frustrated. I was about to say rule number 1 of trading, but you can't do that because I think I've got about 50 rule number 1s. But don't trade something if you don't have at least an inkling or pretty high confidence in what's going on. Okay, manage risk at all times. And if you're looking to enter something, set clearly defined parameters about entry, stop for exit, what you think is going on, what you expect to happen. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. And if you're right, brilliant. Okay, so what have we got here? Maybe come down to the smaller time frame here. Okay, we've got another one of these nasty liquidation wicks here. So we're either dealing with a truncated low of this move, or we're dealing with a swing for this move. At first glance, before I say anything, we don't get a 90% retracement here, even though we appear to have 5 waves. What I was going to suggest was a flat. So I was going to say 3 to here, flat to here, 5 to... No, that doesn't make any sense. It does. No, it doesn't. Because this doesn't retrace enough, so forget that. Could it be a zigzag? Could be a zigzag, couldn't it? This is zigzag. This weird relationship between the A and the C. We still haven't made a lower low yet either. Okay, so what did we retrace off of the high? We got that golden zone tag again. This is looking a bit like fuck, what did we look at earlier? Link, that's it. Looking a bit like it. Because we've got the potential for a triangle again. I think this is a higher lower low. Yes, it is. This could be a complex. This could be free with a zigzag, but with that messed up A wave. So bum 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 W X Y zigzag zigzag. That looks impulsive as fuck. Pardon my language, off the low. That looks really impulsive at the moment. But it could just be 5 into an A, couldn't it? So it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into an A, B, C for another part of the triangle. Another part of the triangle. Off we go. It's just what's standing out to me at the moment, the length of this, right, and the candlestick makeup of it just looks more impulsive than what we've seen hitherto. I guess that's not true, but they've all been rips. They've all been like rips. These rip your face off moves, these tend to be corrective. Some kind of downward trend, and it gets interrupted by these violent ups. Whereas that generally looks just to be stepping up, which is interesting. Like I said, I haven't looked at the price data for Bitcoin yet, so I don't really know if it's looking impulsive off of a low, but I've seen a couple of charts now of alts we've looked at today, and both have been producing pretty convincing impulsive behaviour over the short term. Doesn't mean it has to translate into an actual impulse. Just means it looks like it at the moment. So is there another way we can interpret this? Okay, so obviously there is, because Martin is going to point it out in a minute and say WXY, if he's still there. Because yeah, alright, that's a diagonal. Okay, I guess we could say that's a diag. That could be a truncation. So what if that's a W? This is an ABC with 5 waves in the... No, that's crap. It can't be a 2 because we come back beyond it. No, so I think I prefer that. But then I can't get 5 down to here. I can get 5 to here as a truncation. So I can go diagonal A, B, and then I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, bum, 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 5. So I can get a funky ass 5 down here with no overlap. Doesn't matter, that's an A, Tom, not a 1. So A, B, C. Looks fucking weird though, doesn't it? That's another thing I like to do. If you're drawing an impulse and you suspect it's an impulsive move, just actually put it on the chart using the polygon and then see if you're talking absolute crap to yourself. So find some empty space, drag it out over and go, is that an impulse, Tom? And if Tom goes, no mate, that's a load of crap, and you delete it and you think again. Because that looks like a load of nonsense, so I'm not going to do that. I'd be forcing it now. If I were to go and grab something like this, point to point, now I'm assuming another move up, and I say to myself, does that look like an impulse, Top? And I'm like, yeah, that looks like an impulse all day. So sometimes you just got to eyeball it first. So yeah, I don't like that idea, so it's got to be W here, and this has to be the funky ABC. Let's have a quick look at this in line and see if it makes life any simpler. This whole thing can then be 5 waves. Okay, so let's consider that for a moment. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, can't get a swing, D. That's a zigzag all day. What's that? That looks like 5. But that looks like 5. And that overlaps. So I would be tempted to say that for 5. How does that look? That looks better. Truncation, no overlap, still not pretty, but it looks believable as 5 waves. So can we get it to count as 5 waves? We've got a diagonal in here, we're assuming, I haven't checked it. No. Maybe? Not if I want to use the structure I was just using. So I'm saying this is 3. And that subdivides as 3, not 5. So now I'm not happy with that. So I'm just going to stick with it being a 3-wave move. Shit. Can't call it a zigzag in that case. So I can't get down here in 5. So I've got the same problem. Bollocks. Right, toilet break. Back in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right, I'm going to munch on the leftover piece of this hot pepperami and have a think for a minute. I'm going to mute the microphone so you don't have to hear me chewing on it. Okay. Alright. Ian's just mentioned on the Discord, looking at my other screen here, that got a bit of a bass hum going on. That is probably the computer fans. Vibration through the desk as well, maybe. Thing is, the best place I've got for my microphone is here in front of me, so I don't think there's anything I can really do about that. Hang on, what if I... Hang about. Okay, so see if someone can just tell me in the chat or on the Discord if that has reduced the hum, because I can't hear it through. I've got my headphones plugged into my microphone as a monitor, but the gain obviously isn't high enough for me to hear the hum. It's gone. Awesome. Alright, well there you go. For future reference to myself then, in case I forget, if we do get that humming during a live feed, just say, Tom, you need to put your microphone off of the desk onto the next desk next to you because the vibration's not coming through that. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, that was it. It was the vibration. Mighty ass computer over there shaking everything. Okay, where was I? Trying to get through this mess. So we've got WXY. An A, B, C, assuming this is going to be 5 into an A, because it does look like an impulse. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to here, to here, to here, D, respecting this trend line, E. One of the things I'm not particularly keen on with this triangle, or with the one that we saw in Chainlink, is how they resemble a barrier triangle, but the barrier is on the wrong side of the triangle. You know, if you don't know what I mean, I've got a video on running triangles and barrier triangles, I think, on the Green Star Education channel, where I talk about how we expect to see the B and the D on the flat side of the barrier, not on the desloping side. Doesn't have to be the case. If you can prove that it's contracting, you can call it a triangle, a contracting triangle. But when it looks really flat along the bottom here, we expect to see the B and the D here. So this would be a bearish, what people who are not familiar necessarily with Elliott wave, what people would call a descending triangle. Like that, with the B and the D on this side. And if it's an ascending triangle, barrier the triangle, with the flat on the upside, it would be the opposite. The A would be here, the B would be here, and this would be flat. So there you go, just a random little anecdote there. The real problem I'm having here every time I look at this is I'm convinced this looks like 5 waves. It doesn't have to be, it could be a double zigzag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, C, W, X. No, see, I don't like that finish. I'm not sure about that. Okay, I think, guys, I'm getting a bit of a brain fog here looking at this. I'm just not making any further progress at the moment. So, Georgie, I'm sorry I can't help you out at the moment. What I will say is, for the meantime, any break above this B wave pivot, just as we concluded in chain, right, is going to push me towards a more bullish bias, because at that point I can assume, and this is an if this comes out as 5 into a 1, 3 back, and then we break this pivot and set another swing high above this, then I'm not going to probably think of it as a swing high. I'm going to think of it as a 1 and a 2 and a 3 coming up. If, however, we turn around before this level, then this is infinite. Then the trend line for our triangle is infinitely adjustable. Okay, to a point. It can't come back above the B. But if we stop before then I guess we could say that this is going to be 5 A, B, C, and then we're going to come up in 5, and we're going to stop before the B. And if we get a 3 wave move, right, then we can start to look for divergences on smaller time frames. We can look for 5-3-5 structure. We can look for 1-to-1 relationship, A equals C. We can start to check our Fibonacci relationships to see if it starts to get too strong. We can look, if we do get a pivot here, we can look for an extension forming also as a signal that it might be a 3 and not a C. Okay, so in the meantime, I would say my brain's just melting a bit looking at this, having worked to get the whole chart together in one place. So I'm just going to say that triangle invalidation for the moment. Any move lower supports the idea that it's a double zigzag or a double combo of some sort. But this is a move connected to another move via this here. Okay. In which case, this could be 5, couldn't it? This could be 1, 2, 3, 4 somehow, 5. This could be the A, B, C, 5, 3, 5. Okay, and that could be A, and that could be B, and then this could be 5 down, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a C of a Y, and that would be our WXY there. So I think they're really the two ideas at the moment. So let's just do the same thing we did for Chainlink. Let's take the WXY for a moment. So yeah, double bottom, truncated double bottom in this case for the Y. I don't like that, but I have seen it. But so let's just take the 1-to-1 for the moment, which is all the way down here at $2.62. That'll be our 1-to-1 in linear. I'll switch it into log, see how it looks. Should have just left it up there, shouldn't I? That's much more generous. Okay. Right. What time is it? 3:30. Right. Well, I'm just going to go on and on today, guys, because you missed a couple of live sessions. I was sick, and then I was off over Christmas, so I'm in no hurry. I owe you that. Okay, so that's sand for the moment. I suspect I suspect a triangle, but I'm not convinced. Let's have a look how that would fit in with our assumed market structures here that we've got going on. Loads of room there within the channel. Loads of room. Shit ton of room at intermediate level. Yeah, and loads of room here at mining degree as well. So yeah, it could be a triangle. It could continue to extend out, and we've still got plenty of room to finish this thing all the way down here potentially. That would be a nice pivot to pivot, wouldn't it? So that's going to do for the moment, and that's sand. So just go and have a check on the chat. I haven't checked for a minute. Oh cool, cheers for confirming that the sound was better, guys, on the chat. I have had the chat switched off for a couple of minutes while I've been back on the Discord. Thanks for letting me know. Big impulse down as we speak. On which chart? Not on this chart. Oh, hang about a minute, Tom. You're thinking like Tom. Tom thinks in 4-hour and daily time frames. I did not tend to think in smaller time frames, so I think he must mean surely on a smaller time frame. Where there's definitely something corrective happening. Doesn't really matter where we put the trend here, does it? It's broken. That's got a bit of pivot high there. Let's just extend that. Yeah, so because it looks like we're correcting. First hunch, that looks like 3. That looks like 3. This will likely be 5. This could be a flat pattern. Right, so maybe that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. 2 to come. Maybe that'll be our first pivot. I don't know. Could be A, could be B. A with B and C to come. Possibly. Or depending if this is a pivot here, that could be, I mean, this, how do we get off the low? So I haven't seen any price data on the smaller time frame at the moment, so oh, that looks like a flat to me. That does. That looks like 1 A B C 2. That does. What the fuck is all this? This has got to be a diagonal into a 1, surely. I say that, is it? Dun dun dun. We'd have to come to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll work. And then that becomes 1, 2, 1, 2, doesn't it? Okay. Oh wait a second. Is it 1, 2 again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, fuck that. I'm not getting into this, guys. Forget that for a minute. I can't be bothered. Look at it in a bigger time frame. It looks like it's 5 waves coming up. And this looks like 5 waves coming down. And this looks like 3, and this looks like 3. So my instinct tells me that this is likely a flat. That's playing out currently. A, B, C to come. Okay. Sorry for the pause. Just had a quick drink. Right, that's sand, and I'm leaving it there. Hope you guys have got something out of that. Giving you something to work with. And we will save that chart. Alright, so let's look at some stocks now. That's enough looking at the cryptos for the moment. We'll come back to Bitcoin later. So, BZUN. BZUN. Now, I haven't charted any of these. Now, I think I've done enough deep dive Elliott wave counting for the day so far, if you don't mind. If I'm going to do a bit more later on cryptos, on Bitcoin and that, then I want to spare what's left of my brain computing power. Okay, so this is quite an interesting chart. You know, and a similar story, and they're also going to look at Tencent, JD, and Bar potentially. So we're going to do these pretty quickly now. Try and get through these. I would argue that if you're eyeballing this chart, this is the weekly time frame. Okay, I would argue that this is quite clearly an impulse into a correction. Right. So we already know that on the macro level, an impulse starting in 2015 and a correction to said impulse potentially ending in 2022, that this is potentially a macro opportunity. Potentially is a strong word because we don't know anything else about it at the moment. My guess would be, looking at it, I think that's probably going to subdivide as 5. So that's going to be 3 and that's going to be 5. So that's going to give us a W, isn't it? Because it's ABC. Doesn't come deep enough to be a flat. C extends beyond the A, that's groovy. This is a zigzag all day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 3, 5. Sorry, I just deleted that. So this is our X. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that could be done, right? So that could be a excuse me, B, C, Y. Yeah, so quite interested. Just looking at it, eyeballing it, a huge move up, a huge correction. Excuse me, I'm going to just mute it for a second. Okay. Great thing about these kind of plays, if you get them right, is you've got so much time now to get it right. You know what I mean? So let's say my voice playing up a bit. Let's say this is the most bullish interpretation we can make. This is 1. This is 2. Right, so 3 is going to be 1618 of this. If it's done. So here's 3 up here at like 115. What are we trading at currently? 1352. So more than a 10 bagger. If this is right. If. Okay. Keep saying if. But the great thing about that means that you've got loads of time to get into this. You don't have to rush these ones. Yeah, this is why I like to try and look for these kind of value plays myself. I've been doing it for years. I always like to look for stuff like this, whether it's a giant 4th wave or a giant 2nd wave or a 2nd wave within a large trend, within a 3, whatever. I like to try and find these larger corrections, because what you will end up with eventually is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over several months. Several months, several weeks, whatever. You're going to want it on your watch list, right? And then you're going to get your 3-wave move back, zigzag or flat or whatever it is. Won't be a triangle. If it is a triangle, what do we know? We know it's a B wave, because if we come up in a 5 and go into a triangle, that's A, B. At that point, we know we're correcting into a C, and therefore we haven't got our wonderful 3 we were hoping for. But if we get any other pattern, then it's totally viable. So at that point, what we're looking for is for the downward trend to finish, momentum to turn positive, volume to signify the end of the correction, and then a impulsive move off of the low. These are all the things we want in this kind of setup. So weekly time frame. I think I'm being a little too generous to the balls if I use a channel there. Need to be convinced. So let's use a regression channel and treat this as a single move. Okay, Foos has just asked, how do you look at volume now? You might need to be more specific there, mate. Are you asking me how do I bring it up on the chart in TradingView, or you're asking me how do I interpret it? Okay, right, so I'm going to carry on with this while I wait for a response to that question. So, what have we got here so far? Well, I think the regression channel is fairer way of looking at this. One of the ways which you can talk yourself into something is to just put a channel around it by using the trend line of the highs, and then you can say, oh, it's broken trend to the upside, but it hasn't really. You just convince yourself that it has. So regression channel gives you a bit more leeway. If you break 2 standard deviations from the mean, the chances are the trend is over, and that's what this chart, that's what the channel represents. So we've got some badass bullish divergence going on here. Okay, I obviously noticed that before I did anything else with the chart. So all of these lower lows are countered by higher lows in the RSI and higher lows in the MACD. We have our highest, I better be careful, horizontal. We have our highest volume reading since August 2019. It's not tremendous, but it is a pretty impressive spike right at the low. So it could be capitulation. Okay, now capitulation doesn't always mean the lowest low. It just means the point at which everyone gave up. We can still drift lower over the next few weeks and months or whatever, but that's the point where it's like, right, done. You know, I think there's a name for it on that old chart, the one which shows the psychology of a bubble, which Elioticians, I think, must absolutely love. I love it because what I instantly see in that chart is how the average person looks at something, and then the exact emotions which you go through with no appreciation of the greater trend. And that's a wonderful thought to have, I think, because that bubble has every chance of being a 1 and a 2, and yet everyone's going to get mulched by it. Okay, and that might be what we're looking at right here. You know, 1, 2. You could probably print that psychology chart over the top of this, right? Couldn't you? And everyone's like, oh no, it's never going to recover. Oh no, I've lost all my money. And then we go to $115 over the next 6 years or 5 years or something, which would just be awesome. So anyway, getting back to the bloody point, he's answered the question and he says, I mean, how to interpret it. Well, buddy, if you, I'll do a quick explanation here, but there is a video on the Green Star Education channel on the Discord under indicators and Elliott wave it's called, and I go into depth about how I combine the use of volume with Elliott wave in that. So you want to go and watch that one, mate, and that'll tell you pretty much everything you need to know. Alright, but in the simplest explanation, we want to see volume supporting the trend. That's it, really, in the simplest way. We expect certain behaviour within the volume within certain parts of the trend. For example, we often expect momentum in the RSI and the MACD to peak within the 3 of a 3. Now this can often be the case in volume as well. We'll get the highest volume reading during that move. But the overall trend should be supported by strengthening volume. So if we are trending downwards, right, and we look at a chart which has no prior impulsive move, it's just a big impulse down, and we're probably in a gigantic A, B before we go to 0 or get delisted or whatever, it's a disaster stock and it's never coming back, for example, then you would expect to see the downward trend being supported by volume. And if you're in an upward trend and you're giving it an impulsive count, you would expect to see the impulse wave strengthen and to have volume and momentum come in to support it and to grow as we enter the strongest part of the trend, traditionally the wave 3. When we are corrective, we would expect to see volume declining. Okay, and one of the ways we can look at that is if we are looking for if we get a swing high in our correction, such as in there running, or an expanded flat, then the volume will not support the swing high to a new high. It will instead create a divergence, and you should see the same replicated in the RSI and in the MACD as well. And if all three are singing from the same hymn sheet, that's normally a strong sign that you're looking at corrective price action. So if we are in decline the whole time, then you're probably looking at just a big ass correction. Corrections often finish with a crescendo in volume. Now what I mean by that is it might not be the exact low, but before we find the bottom, or as we find the bottom, the last of the sellers who are going to sell will throw the towel in and volume will spike. Okay, and that's why I was just measuring this bar of volume here against all the prior stuff, because well, here you go, as I was literally just saying, as we enter the strongest part of the trend into this wave 3, 4, 5, we are peaking in volume, and volume is growing and strengthening to support what our momentum indicators is telling us. Higher highs, higher lows. Okay, series of higher lows coming up. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, maybe a higher high, I'm not 100% sure. But either way, the trend is supported, impulse is supported by volume, and it confirms the whole move. Momentum, volume and impulsive price action all working together. From that point, the volume's just been declining the whole time as we set lower low, lower highs. I think we've got a swing high here, but as you can see, volume is not necessarily confirming that this is it's not increasing to support a new trend. I think it might just be below it. I'm not quite sure. Either way, it's probably around the same place. And then continuing here, we get this impulsive move down, it looks like. Volume declines. Volume starts to increase until we reach this peak here. So that could be the crescendo of the selling. I say could be because it's not an exact science. But what we have got is bullish divergence, higher lows, combined with a peak in the volume that we haven't seen the likes of since 2019. So there's potential for this bottoming out. Now we don't just say all bullish divergence, buy signal, volume at the crescendo of the selling. Let's buy it. We wait until we get the setup that we want. Obviously, I say obviously. It took me years to realise that and to come up with my own STS idea and all that. But yeah, what you really want out of here then, isn't it, is some kind of trend breaking impulse supported, showing then some volume coming in to support it. Now because it's a 1 and a 2 of a new 3, volume can be pretty weak in the wave 1 and the 2, but by the time we enter the 3, volume should really start to come in to support the move. So what you would expect to see again is volume declining during the corrective phase. So if we have 5 up and 3 back, this should show declining volume. Okay, there could be divergence in the momentum indicators between these two highs. Doesn't have to be. We're right at the initial part of a trend. More likely to occur later in the trend to see as the overall move weakens. If this was a wave 3, we would expect to see this thing go from strength to strength to strength over the coming months and years if it bottoms. But you're not going to know that until it happens, and this is why we want to wait for directionality, as I call it, some kind of clear signal that we're moving up. And breaking trend, support from volume, bullish divergence would be a good sign. So that's what this one. So I don't know if you guys are interested in stocks like I am, but if you are, then you should put this one on your watch list and just keep an eye on it. You know, wait, check it every week. Maybe put an alert or two on the border here if we break around where the trend is, if we continue to impulse higher. Now if you want to try and catch this on a smaller time frame, that's fine, but as I always say, the smaller the time frame, the more likely you're wrong. Right, the bigger the time frame, the more likely you're right. I don't see any particularly convincing move off of the low on this time frame yet. So I don't particularly see anything that convincing. Could it be a diag? Got some volume coming in here. Well, this is the 1 hour chart. Could be a diag. Can you imagine if we literally, while talking about it, just found the low of this? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Alright, so let's look at this on a smaller time frame. Volume increasing, volume decreasing. Okay, so this is either the continuation of the greater trend and we're not done, or this is a small period of correction to what was actually a 1 and this is going to be an impulsive move. Easy peasy, really. Because if it is impulsive, it will stop before the low. Alright, it'll stop before that. And you'll get some kind of three-way structure in here. I'm not sure if that is a diag. I'm just eyeballing it. But either way, let's say for a minute that that was 1. And this is going to be 2. And then off we go. What have we retraced so far? Coming up on the golden ratio. Okay, so if you were inclined, and I wouldn't be, to be honest, inclined to take this at the moment, because it's not enough to convince me, but if you were inclined to trade a smaller time frame down here in the 1 hour time frame, or even smaller, and you wanted to get a position, then the same as I just said on the larger time frame applies. You've had an impulsive move, you've had a correction. So now the standard trade setup would say another move up in 5 and another move back in 2, and then you've got, I mean, you could just take it from here to the low if you want, if you're happy with the risk. I wouldn't be, but if you wanted to make it even smaller, you could wait for the next impulsive move up. Let's say it happened now, this becomes your stop, and then you're looking for 38.2 to 60 to 78.6% retracement back in to buy it somewhere in this box. Okay, and then you can get your risk down to a much more manageable 3.6% in this case. If you were to grab it even lower, you could get it down. Oh, that's the wrong thing. That's the box. If you were to get a deeper correction, then you could get it down to less than 2% potentially. Who knows? But at the moment, if you were to take it off of this pivot without waiting for a smaller time frame to come along, then you would be looking at 7.1% risk. Okay, which is a little bit much. But then again, it, like I said, there's no need to rush this, you know, because of the size of the thing. So let's just say, for example, that you were to take, I wouldn't want to take it, but if you did, from this second now, you couldn't restrain yourself, you had to do it. 7.6. It's a swing here. Back to all-time highs would be a 406% gain if you stayed in for that long. If you believe you're in a 1 and a 2 and a 3, why would you get out? You would just keep adding to this, wouldn't you? That's the whole point. You just keep adding to it and minimizing risk. If you haven't seen the risk management video on the Green Star Trading Patreon, please watch it. I talk about how you can keep risk at 0 or even negative numbers while you continue to take on more exposure. It is possible. Right, you just have to be really patient. So, let's say you made it to the wave 3 target. You'd be taking 100 to 1 trade. You know, this could take years, I don't know. But I'm just being facetious, I know. I'm comparing the risk to reward. 7.6% if you don't even manage risk properly now, and you take a punt and you put your stop in place, and you were, by some sheer fluke, correct, and we made it to target over the next few years, months, years, you'd be looking at 100 to 1 gain off of your initial trade, and there's nothing stopping you from doubling, tripling or quadrupling it on the way. So this is why these kind of big ass moves are just good opportunities. Every chart, you can go back and look at indices, commodities, individual stocks, going back through some of the deep dives I've done, and you see some gigantic sell-offs, right? 60, 70, 80, 90%, and then they reverse and they go to the moon over the next decade, and you're laughing the whole way. So it's all about time frame, guys. If you're a day trader, this kind of stuff's probably going to bore you to tears. If you're a swing trader, then what are you swinging? Weeks, months, quarters, years? Depends on what you're buying, surely, I would have thought. But each to their own. So there you go. There's an interesting one. BZUN, worth keeping an eye on. I will keep an eye on this myself, and I will be looking for some kind of impulsive move breaking trend coming out of here. I'm not convinced yet, but when it comes, this is one that I'm going to keep an eye on, because this could be a giant one too. But we don't take it until we see something. Okay, right, the next one. TENCENT is the next one. Right, like I said, the Elliott Wave section of a bit deep dive, I've done that with the cryptos. We've already set. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do before we leave, and we'll go for the lulls. 1, 2, somewhere coming in, and we'll go. It's weird. You'd think you were looking at a log chart, wouldn't you? when you're looking at this thing, you're not. You're looking at an arithmetic. This huge sell-off won't look anywhere near as big in log. Nowhere near as big. See what I mean? Here's a low. That's it in log. That's an extension, surely. All day. 1, 2. Let's say that's the freeform. Just eyeballing it again. That's an extended 3. Okay, matches our volume here, and our momentum supports it. Into a 1, and we were saying this is a zigzag, this is a zigzag, and this is a zigzag. So we're going to say W, X, Y. Now this might not be over, of course. Let's have a quick measure. W from the X. Oh, fuck me. Jesus, look at that. It's 1 to 1. The 1 to 1. We're not quite there. We're trading 13 spot 39 and 1 to 1 is 12 spot 37. So we are close. Really close to getting 1 to 1 here. We've got divergence. How's it look on the day? The time frame. Oh, we've got sick divergence here on the daily time frame and on the weekly, and we got volume increasing, which could be a crescendo. Could be one more leg down to a low, possibly. Maybe one more leg down. We're at 1 to 1. So yeah, keep your eyes on this one. All right, we'll save that. And we will have a look at. I did put it on. Yeah, once again, I've got no Elliott wave count here. What's this? Look at it in log. Volume's increasing the whole time. This is the peak here, but this is the peak in the MACD. How's it look in arithmetic? Can't be 3-4, we've got an overlap. So it has to be further back. So that is likely the completion of a major move. This is a major correction that's underway. Doesn't look anywhere near done. At first, I'm just eyeballing it, so don't take everything I say as rote, but it doesn't look anywhere near done. If we've done a move from 2008 to a high, is this long enough to correct it? No, of course it isn't. We've just seen what kind of time frame it takes to correct big moves. So, we're either uber bullish and we're building an extension, right, which would be mental, or we've topped. That would be my first guess. Similar looking to Barbara's chart, isn't it? I've been talking about the play of the way of an ABC. Retracement for way B is a play for a trade. Could have bombed, I guess, but okay, if I had to take a guess at this, this is the 1 and the 2. It's not going to look right on the arithmetic, is it, at all? It's 3. Could be the 1, 2 there, but that looks like 5, so I'll give that the benefit of being a flat. 1618 is up here, it's not going to be anywhere. No, meaningless on this chart. That's because we are looking at an asset that has gone up 8,640%. Over a good time frame though. Crypto would do that in an hour. Lol. That pivot in the middle was annoying me a bit. I want to say that's the 1, 2, but then I get this gigantic pivot, which is way bigger. And then this is way bigger, so it puts me off the idea of it being an extension. If you see what I mean, you would be saying like all of this is 1, 2, and this is 1, 2. Not impossible. We can have a larger minor wave. Minus a wave, it's unusual. Surely a simpler interpretation would be 1, 2, some kind of flat into a zigzag, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, into a 5, into a 1. Just eyeballing it would be my first hunch. So we've seemed to have maybe done enough to get a bounce in the short term. Maybe this could be 5 waves down, right? And then this could be A, B, C. But I don't think it's sufficient. If it's topped, I don't think it's sufficient to have corrected 4,488 days of impulsive price action being corrected in, well, that's the low, 196 days. That doesn't seem believable, does it? Is that a triangle? No, it's not. That's a zigzag. That could be a flat. And that's a zigzag? Subwave in here. Groovy. No overlap. I like that. 3 ways, 5 ways. Assuming it's there. Running flat. Which means that this is all within the 5th final wave. If we hadn't come back and taken out this top here, it'd be easy to say 1, 2, 3, 4. Excuse me. I kind of like that. Just save it while we work. You never know, I might end up counting this. Alright, so what's this first correction? You know, wave degrees. Assuming that's a flat. Might not be. Could be 1, 2, 1, 2, but it seems too long. 700 days. And what's this? 294, 290 days shorter. But if this is a longer, more time consuming flat and this is a zigzag, that's cool. Very rough guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got to be primary, hasn't it, over that time frame? Broken the pitchfork here. So, what's a sensible place to correct to? The greatest area of market acceptance is around this point of control here. What would that be? That's going to be like 70%. Oh no, nowhere near. 58. 58% really isn't a lot, is it? To correct all of this. Hey, it's enough, arguably, but fuck me. You look at it like that. Okay. Okay, so in arithmetic scale, right, assuming this is a completed wave, and that's a bit of an assumption, then we're not even down at 50% yet of the overall move up, right? We've got a way to go until we get to the 61.8, which is right around our point of control in amongst all this noise here. What's our ribbon say on the weekly? See, we're down at the 200 weekly, right, which is supported trend before. So even if we're not done correcting, even if we're not done, a bounce feels likely here before a further move lower. There is the possibility that this has topped as a 1 and a 2, and that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, that's what we're saying. We're saying 1. Sorry, talking out my arse. 1, 2, 1, 2 is the only alternative because of the overlap, and then you've got a very big correction, nesting correction to a smaller parent here, which is a bit abnormal. So I feel more likely that this was the top. If that's the case, and this is 5 down, or maybe this is still the 4 and we've got a 5 to come into an A, then we're going to get a B, then we're going to get a C. That's how it looks to me. Now, just because that's how it looks to me at the moment doesn't mean it's right. So you're going to be looking for the same stuff as always, aren't you? You're going to be looking for an impulsive move out of here. So if you get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of here, and you get a 1, 2, 3 back, then your options are this is a 1 or a 2, or this is an A or a B, and either way you're going to get a third move of 1-to-1 parity, probably making the C tradable, and also you can still protect yourself using the SCS 1-2 pivot here to get in. This becomes your stop in case it's a C. We can't come back beyond where the 1 began if you want to be prepared to take a smaller loss, or take a small loss, obviously. And this way, if the C does come back and invalidate the B wave pivot here, which would be the 1-2, and then come back and take out the 1, and come back and take out the 2, at that point you're out the trade, and this thing will continue down in 5 waves. If it's right, then, and it's a 1-2 into a 3, you get that next 5 wave and 3 wave back. Here's your entry, here's your stop, and you will never come back beyond this point again. And you're into a 3. So you can still set this up given the right time, given the right opportunity, and still make money off of it. So even if it's A, B, C, it could even be a, I don't think it's got potential to be a flat, because that doesn't look like 3 waves to me. I don't know what time frame this is going to happen on though. If that's A, right, that could be B, that could be C, then that could be A, then this could be B, then this could be C, and we could be doing this out into the late 2020s. You know, if you don't believe me, go and look at some stock charts. Some things take decades to correct. You know, it's just the way it is. There's lots of opportunities in between all that time, obviously, because corrections are tradable as well as impulses. But the idea of getting the impulse is what we really want. I'm going to say that there, move on. Okay, alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip JD and we'll have a quick look at Bar, because I'm just running out of time here. I've got oh wait a second, I haven't checked the chat in ages. How is the Nasdaq right now? Still in a fifth wave, says Jimmy Lee. Alright, well, what I'll do is I'll have a look at the Nasdaq in a bit. Right, so the next thing, let's look at. Have I got a chart for it? Of course I have. Bar. I'm currently in a trade on Bar at the moment. I'm taking a bit of a punt. Got a nice entry. I shared it a few weeks ago. I will give you an update sometime soon, because I might be getting knocked. I might get knocked out of it. Might get to stay in it. Who knows? But I'm not convinced at the moment. Either way, to be absolutely honest. Okay, so it's come off of log. Right, so this has imploded. My biggest concern here, I don't care about a short-term trade. At the end of the day, I can get taken out in profit either way if it comes back on me, or take a small loss, whatever. On the longer term, what I find a bit concerning about this is the more I look at this, the more this starts to look like 3 rather than 5. Which means this is a corrective count. And it seems odd, given the size of it. But either way, in log scale, we've come all the way back to the 618 and got bounced. That's the first thing we want to take note of here. Is, you know, we've gone bum 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 bing. This could be very similar to the TENCENT chart we were just looking at, right? This could be A. We could be coming up for a B, and then coming down in a C. Okay. So that's potentially could have bottomed, but once again, this is not a particularly long correction. Started in October 20. It's very fast, very abrupt. It feels more like a single wave than it does a completed correction. The only reason I got into this was because I just feel the value play on a stock like Bar is pretty immense. And what I saw was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 corrective noise to a higher low, 1, 2, and that was enough to convince me in the shorter term. Now, fuck knows what we're doing here. So, this could be a 1 and a 2, and now we're into a 3, a 4 and a 5 of an A. Right, and then we'll come back in a B, and then we'll carry on up in a C. So, what I'm waiting for now, if this continues to go my way, is I'm waiting for this to complete, come back again to me. This will be the next opportunity here to enter wherever it comes and add to the trade for that proposed C or 3. Now, I don't know which it is, and I won't know which it is, but you just have to weigh up risk sometimes. Do you want, putting our fundamental hat on for the moment, the opportunity to buy Alibaba stock with all that it has going for it at a 65% discount, or currently today's price 58% discount? It's worth a punt, I think. Having got the initial pop to a higher low, I went for it. So we'll see how it works out, and if it goes wrong, I'll share the results with you. If it goes right, I'll share it with you as well. But in the meantime, let's have a look at what we were thinking here. Wow, that was bearish, Tom. I think that was just exceptionally greedy on my part, to be honest. So I did get a 3-4 here as a triangle. Oh, I see what I did. I did that thing where I cheat. I say, alright, well, this came up into a 1 pre-IPO, came back into a 2 once it was public, giving me that pivot. At that point, everything looks hunky-dory. Because what I can do is put the trend lines on for the triangle, and I can say imaginary 1, zigzag into a 2, 3, 4, triangle, 5, and I can get an impulse. And that's what I've had to do here. Right, and then from here, excuse me, what have I done? A, B, absolutely gigantic C. That seems like bullshit, that does. Yeah, it's way beyond the 1/6 I don't like that at all. I obviously was being lazy. So sod that. I've got my STS set up here actually. Yeah, I showed that in that previous video. Oh yeah, that was the gap fill back here. Have I not got another count for this? No, I haven't. I honestly feel now that it's had time to develop. Oh god, okay. That looks like 3, that's confusing. So I see 2 options. Either there is an impulse in here and it's done at the 61 on log, which case that makes this A because it's 5, which means we're going to get 50 to 78, well, we're going to get 38.2 to 78.6% retracement for our B, typically. Could be, it could be higher, could be less. I like to book with 50 and make an assumption that it's going to be nearer the lower end. So if we are working on the 5-wave pattern into the A that I was talking about on the smaller time frame, then this is going to be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if that's the 3 coming in here and that's the 4, and that's the A is going to be about here, B is going to come back in and C is going to come up here ish to 50%, assuming this is corrective. Assuming it's corrective. Like that. So there's one option. And Alibaba is just going to keep falling. Eventually. Save it. I'll have to dig into this some other time. Okay. All right. Alternatively, it's a completed correction. Seems a little unbelievable. We don't need a triple. We can get down there in a double. But the problem is the length. We end up with the same problem. So maybe we do need a triple. Zigzag to here W, zigzag to here X. This will be the extension here into another zigzag. Not sure how to get through it, to be honest. See, this looks like the completed zigzag, doesn't it? Whereas this looks like very difficult to pick out ABC. Maybe that's a flat for an X wave like that. Bump, 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 and then you come down in the in the Z. But that's the best I'm going to be able to do. I think. I prefer 5 waves down at a glance. So there we go. I'm going to say we'll see how my trade develops here. Anyway, you never know. If I get a 50% pullback on here, I'll be laughing, won't I? And if it is a 3 and we've bottomed, I'll be laughing. You know, so we'll see how it develops. Could roll over and completely fuck me up from here, and this could be another wave. This could be a 3-4, couldn't it? Yeah, maybe it's a bit out of proportion now, but that could be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and it's about to roll over. Possible. Really oversold conditions here we got. What's it look like on the day? No divergence at the bottom. You don't have to get it. Go and look at all the cryptos, mate, which are freaking rocketed off of a low with no divergence, no prior warning at all. Just rip. It happens. But this divergence on the weekly time frame. And the buy signal now on the MACD. Yeah. So we've got low, higher low, and a crossover. Shift into green bars on the histogram here. So this is your buy signal here. Unconfirmed as of yet. We'll have to wait and see if the price action continues to form an impulse off of this low. But for the moment, it's a buy signal on the weekly time frame. Yeah, so I think we're in a bounce. How big it is, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4 wave 4 bounce before coming lower, or it could be completed B bounce. See, much bigger. Wait and see how price activity develops from here. If we just come down to the 15-minute and see what I actually did here. Excuse me, my throat's going a bit. STS. Yep. Wow, really? I didn't realise that. I thought I got it off a larger pivot. I was so greedy, I got it off the first move off of a low. Yeah, so basically what I did here was I must have been on 5-minute chart. I must have been getting influenced by the crypto chat channel on the Discord at the time, feeling left out that I wasn't involved in all this short-term day trading activity, which everyone gets so excited about, and I feel kind of left out sometimes. Where like, I want to play, you know. But either way, I convinced myself at the time, obviously, that I saw a move here, and then a move back, and then another move. Considering the spread and a bit of slippage, I got an entry price here at 111. I've got a feeling that's no longer the case. Did I get out of this on the pullback to protect profit? We went below my entry. I will get back to you on that. This could be an extension, or it could just be A, B, C on a smaller time frame, couldn't it? Right, so let's leave that there now. That's bar. We've either bottomed, but I think it's more likely we've come down in 5 to complete an A at the 61.8% in log scale, and now we're going to bounce into a B, and this is a 1, and this is a 2, and this is a 3, 4, 5 into an A. That's my best hunch. If we break down from here, then it's just 1, 2, big 4 here, and we're going to come down lower again to find the completion of another zigzag in here that I haven't spotted. Alright, so that's bar. So now let's get on with excuse me. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to snack on a PhD protein bar, and I'm not shilling, these things are awesome, you know. Right, so I'm just going to mute the microphone. I'll be back in a bit. Don't worry, guys. I just muted it so I could chow down on my protein bar without disturbing anybody. You don't need to hear me chewing and eating, do you? Gotta get your protein in, bro. Gotta get those gains. Are we good now? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, good. We're all good. Right then. So the next thing I wanted to talk about. That was a very tasty bar. That was white chocolate. 21 grams of protein, 1.9 grams of sugar. Not bad. Anyway, let's get back to the point. So, what I wanted to look at now, I just wanted to share some stocks that are on my radar at the moment. Loads on my watch list. Well, not loads, I've shrunk it down considerably actually, but these are just some ones that I find particularly interesting at the moment because of the longer term picture. And I just wanted to see what you guys made of them or think about it. So, got one here that looks like it's called Google, G-O-G-L, but it's not. It's actually Golden Ocean Group Limited. And basically, this has been in my investment dividend portfolio because this is I think it pays something like a 17 or 18% div. So I took it on the drop because I saw this impulsive move and I thought, fuck it, I'm going to get paid for holding this over the next quarter, so I'll hold it. What I didn't appreciate at the time, from an Elliott Wave perspective, is just to have a look at the chart overall. And what I found is quite interesting. This is an arithmetic, guys, not log. So just bear that in mind. Alright, so look at this. Now I assure you, I've looked into the financials of this company and it's not what it appears to be from a technical perspective. It is not dog shit. It's pretty sound. Right. And this thing has traded down to today's price 96% in value. All we've got to go on is obviously this here and then this here. So this is either one corrective move going back to the 90s, or we had an impulse here, corrective move here, and then an impulse to a high, and since then we've been in some kind of zigzag, zigzag, zigzag. Right, so WXY, double zigzag likely here. Like I said, we've done the deep dive part of the video where I spent hours counting through minutiae Elliott waves. We're just talking more generally here now. If you missed that part of the live feed, you can go back and watch it later. But what I find interesting about this move, right, is a 96% sell-off in a company that's still sound. Fundamentally sound. Financially sound. But check the volume out. Right? Since we bottomed, we've gone fucking crazy. Right? And we've done nothing. Literally nothing yet. Next to the long-term move here. But we are putting in some serious... There's some serious interest showing up here. Which I think is, you know, interesting. Right. Now let's come in and have a look at all of this gumph on the smaller time frame. I think we get a double bottom here. Not sure if they're slightly higher. Slightly lower, excuse me. So we can't call that 1, 2. But we can call it truncation. We can see 5 waves down here, I think. Or a zigzag. So what could that be? Is that a higher high? Maybe. So, interestingly, what we get here is a sudden surge of volume and an impulse all day. James says that's just years of people buying what they thought was Google. Love it. Can you imagine if you accidentally brought Golden Ocean Group Limited and you thought it was Google? Surely you'd look at the chart and go, what? I guess it's technically possible. I'd be very surprised if that turned out to be the case, but still, you never know. It could be years of people thinking they're buying Google. That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? Right, so what you've got here potentially is a correction before we head lower again. So right, so you've got 3, 3, and an impulse here. So this could be A, B, C flat. We got an expansive B wave just. C's come back beyond the A, so it could be a flat, and we're about to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here and wreck everything. Alright, fine by me. My stop's in profit on this, and like I said, I was only holding this for the dividend anyway, and I've enjoyed this little run up. Right, but if you're going to hand me 18%, you know, I'll take it if I can see an impulse to hold it, and that's basically what we've done. So it's either ABC, and we're going to impulse and come down here like I just said, or this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 off of the low. Sorry, this is the low. Off of the low, this is going to come back in 3 to a 2, right? Or this could be WXY and ABC, and then this is going to come into a 3. Now, if that was the case, guys, and this thing, I can't even fucking get the chart back, and this thing comes back, whatever reason, let's say it's 5 into an ABC, macro opportunity again. Let's just say it comes back 50%, right? And we get a B wave in here. I'm not saying that's by any stretch of imagination a guarantee. There it is. But it's like 1,129%. Just to get a 50% retrace. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but this is another one that should be on your radar. We got this weird pattern. We got this double bottoming pattern. Impulse off of the low potentially. Yes, it could be corrective as I discussed, but we've got increasing volume, like just crazy, coming in here on the low. Basically, practically at 0 in comparison to where we've been. Right? So just, that's one, if you haven't got on your watch list, pop it in your watch list. Worth it looking at, I think. Now, if you get a fat 3 wave move down here, could even be done, couldn't it? Could be A, B, C. Oh no, it looks like 5. So I reckon that's probably A, B, C to come. Right, you've got 1, 2. That's an overlap though. So that could be, I mean, you could argue that's an A. This is a flat because of the overlap. B, and maybe you got C to come, right? Or maybe it's WXY, and this isn't a 3, 4 in here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is A, B, C, W, X, and there's a zigzag to come in the C. I mean, in the Y. So either way, doesn't quite look complete, does it? Would be my point. If it's impulsive, it doesn't quite look complete. Haven't quite done 50 yet. Haven't done 61.8. Okay. So there's one that I think is quite interesting. Just because of how weird the chart is. Alright. Another one that I'm looking at the moment is Kiwi. I don't know if you've heard of this. It's a payments company that works in Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and worldwide now, actually. And they have like ATM equivalents and stuff all over the place. This is another company which, when you look at the chart, looks like the chart says that this is a pile of crap, you know, garbage. And when you look at the company's financials, it's absolutely solid. You know, it's like debt to equity ratio below 8% or below 6% or something like that. The thing that's killing it is bad growth projections. It's good value. pays a solid dividend, although unreliable historically. But that straightens out over time. And from a value perspective, it's so massively undervalued. That doesn't mean it has to pop or has to go anywhere. It could just continue to crumble. But once again, an interesting chart. Where we're below where we began. So once again, this is either pre-IPO impulse to the top, and all of this is a huge corrective move. And we haven't actually started the observable impulse, which will come later. So if that's the case, this is another one, and I just like going around trying to find these macro opportunities. 87% this time. So once again, all you're looking for is the STS setup to come out of this thing. So on a larger time frame, we want a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of here. 1, A, B, C, 2, then the STS comes in, enter, stop. Alright, and off we go into a 3. Once again, either A, B, C, zigzag, or 1, 2, 3, and off to the moon. Shorter time frame on this one. You could argue, now we're going to have to use Henkayashi here just to try and fill out the gaps. Okay, so, excuse me. 1, 2, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5 would probably be what I would go for. So that could be a 1, right? Or an A. 3 waves into a 2, and this could be 1, 2. Or this could be a swing B for a flat. Depends. We'll know in time. A, B, C, A. Doesn't look like 3 waves into a B though, does it? It looks impulsive. So that could be 1, 2 already done, or this could be, like I said, maybe it will morph into a flat. Like that. 3, 3, 5. But either way, just something to keep an eye on. You've got 5 waves out, 2 waves back. If we take the previous trend on regression channel, we extend this forward, you could argue you've broken it. Okay, if we just take a normal channel for a moment. Right, you could argue you've broken trend in the short term. You haven't necessarily done it in the longer term here, right? Because it's just such a prolonged trend, yeah? And this is only a fraction of it. This is 15 minutes, right? So if you come out of here in a greater 5 wave move, so if this is the 1 and the 2 on a smaller time frame, let's say it just turns out to be that way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you get out of this thing on a longer time frame and come back for 3. Now you're talking a real potential larger wave 1, 2. This is a potential STS here, enter, and off we go. So once again, just another one to keep an eye on. Potential long-term value here if you can get the setup. And the reason, as I've previously mentioned, the reason why I like looking at these beaten up stocks, I won't just look at any piece of shit. Well, I will, actually, to be absolutely honest here, from a technical point of view. From an investment point of view, I won't. I'll look at something that I like the look of and has put itself into a nice technical setup. Okay, but looking at this stock does not deserve to be so fucking wrecked at the moment. This has been a trend going on throughout this bull market, circa 13 to 15 onwards, where you had what looked like it was going to be a traditional bull market climbing up since 2009, and then at some point it evolved into like super tech heavy, super growth obsessed bull market, and it's just intensified since the March 2020 low. That sentiment has just multiplied, and value and everything which represents potential value, whether it's fundamentals, whether it's you're looking at the financials of companies, or whether you're just looking at neglected areas, doesn't matter whether it's like healthcare, utilities, whatever. You're just looking at stuff that's been getting wrecked, which doesn't necessarily deserve to be. Just doesn't necessarily deserve to be. So this is another one to look at, because if this reverses out of here, breaks this long-term downward trend, puts in an impulse, support from volume, support from momentum. If you get all of that cool and groovy stuff, then this is a potential one you should be looking at. So it's on my watch list. Another one is Unum, or as every time I say it and I go through my stock rating system, and this is one of the ones that's a good dividend payer for those investors out there. Every time I say Unum, my missus goes Unum and expects me to laugh. God damn her, I always do. But either way, this looks to me, once again, like another stock, right? That looks double toppy, doesn't it? There's no doubt about that. That looks double toppy. Right, but in the shorter term, we appear to have an impulse on the way. Now, once again, it could be out into an A. This could be some kind of big-ass sideways correction, right? You know, because it doesn't look like a singular completed correction in any one move. It looks like free and free, doesn't it? I don't know if we got 90% retracement. I think we did. Big ass flat, man. Big ass flat pattern, but doesn't make it down as low as you'd expect for a regular flat. So running flat that doesn't make a new high, not ideal. But it does appear to be a zigzag, right, with another free wave move. So this is either going to be even longer in the tooth, right? This is going to go bum 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 bum. And we're going to get a zigzag, could even be a triangle. Ascending barrier triangle. Possibly. Counter trend, oh, bloody long one. So counter trend move. A, B, A, B, C, D, E, something like that. This is years out, so I wouldn't stress about it too much. Or it is already bottomed. Okay. And this is an impulse and a move off of the low. So this is either 1, 2, or A, B, and this is going to be a C correctively, or this is 1 and this is 2. And we're doing something bigger. Okay, so just of interest in the short term, because we do appear to have an impulsive move back up and a free wave move back. So if you do get another 1, 2 here, potential STS setup again. If you want it, you never know, might be worth it. More of a short term one, that is, doesn't have anywhere near the long term confidence of some of the other ones we've looked at. Okay, so that basically concludes that segment. So I think we should really take a couple of requests, since I've seen a couple of people. I'm not going to do too many, and then we'll wrap things up by looking at crypto. Nasdaq, someone asked for. Right, so let's have a look at the Nasdaq. This shouldn't take too long. I only did an update on it the other day. Is it this one? I've got 2 Nasdaq charts on the go now. I can't remember which is which. Yes, this is the one that's in line with my count on the SPY. What was I saying? Oh yeah, intermediate 3. Intermediate 3, 3, 3, 5. Flat pattern completed at the trend line. Bottom of the channel 4. So surely then this is going to be 1, 2 in it. Off we go. That would be my interpretation. On the day time frame, let's come down a little bit lower. I know some of you guys like to much prefer to look at smaller time frames. That's cool. Not necessarily my bag, baby, but whatever. That looks impulsive as fuck, doesn't it? Is there any other way of looking at that? Right, so that just looks like an impulse off the low, doesn't it? That looks like a flat. So maybe this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe? Just guessing. A, B, C. What kind of retracement would we expect if that's a completed 1? throw up our wave to it. Right, so we're not even probably back at 38.2 maybe. I think maybe at 38.2. That's the easy way to find out, isn't it? Just put on the wave 4 instead. Not quite, somewhere between 23.6 and 38.2. So it's only a minor correction at the moment. I have no reason to change my opinion at the moment. I've seen major support come in at a major trend line. I've seen a break of downward trend. I've seen an impulsive move higher. Makes sense to see a free wave move back now. Right, so only way I'm going to get bearish on this is if this comes deeper and deeper and starts to impulse down on its own. But even then, the likelihood of that being a completed correction, not very fucking likely, is it? I mean, what is it to the high? To 23 hours. So no, not likely a completed correction. So if this was an impulse, then you're a highly creative individual, because I have no clue how it is. You know, if you've managed to get this as an impulse to here for a 1, you're a better man than me. If you manage to get this as an impulse, you're a better man than me, because I can't get 5 down here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C. Right? Actually, sorry. A, B, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down to here. I see that as either A, B, C, or I see that as W, X, Y, and this is the secondary zigzag here, and this is a flat. But I don't like doing that because we're forcing a combo into an A wave. I've already explained how I don't like that. You know, so this becomes a diag. So that's the only way I can. That's the only way I can see it making sense. Would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Then you'd have to say A, B, C, 2, right? And then this is an extension 1, 2, which hasn't completed yet. A, B, C, 2. That's probably how a bear would see it at the moment. And there's no such thing as a bear or a bull. We're all bears and bulls under the right circumstances, in my opinion. So there you go. There is a way of looking at it bearishly. That would be your alternative. But I doubt that that's a completed 2. If I'm absolutely honest, that does not seem corrective. This seems impulsive, which means it's either A, B to come C, or it's 1, 2, 3, and off we go once again to new highs. So that's what I see going on here. If you are of a bearish view, and you think that this was a 1, 2, 1, 2 on the way, and this is an impulse down here, I just see it as 5 waves in a C. But if you do see an impulse, then why not wait for the 3 waves to complete? Wait for the SDS setup to the short side. Okay. Entry, stop. Off we go. Take out new lows, prove me wrong, make some money. Okay. If it is bearish. For the meantime, I have no reason to suspect that it is. I much prefer this as 3, this as 3, and this as 5. Just as a flat. I just think that looks nicer. I think this is a 1, and we're now working on a 2, but we're not done. So I'd expect to see this come down lower. A, or even if this is an A and this is a B, I'd expect this to come down lower. Hasn't even done 38.2% yet. So hope that helps, Jimmy. That's my current view on the Nasdaq. I don't think there's now else to update, to be honest. I only did the video earlier in the week. Still trending higher, still in the channel, still looking relatively strong. Divergences have played out between these highs here for this correction. If we continue to set a new high, if we move back up into overbought, take out the high in the MACD here, then I think you've got no hope from a point of view of the bear. From the point of view of the bears, because we've already played out this divergence by the looks of it, with this final move down in the C. Didn't even make it to oversold conditions, mind you. So we'll wait and see. If it continues to strengthen on higher movement, then I might get suspicious. You know, if we come up here and this whole thing turns out to be A, B, C, right, and it's just much bigger, and the free's here, and the fall's going to be down here, and it's going to break everything, then I would start to become suspicious. But we've just set a low, right? So we've got to give this the benefit of the doubt. We've got to give this the benefit of the doubt that this is the trend, and this is going to break, and we're going to do that. Same here in the MACD, that this was the downward trend, and we're going to break and move higher. But we need to see it do that to believe it. So I'm not being uber bullish or super bullish or anything like that. I'm not even trying not to be biased. I'm just saying until this long-term trend breaks down properly and we see an impulsive move break it, then I see no reason to assume a top is in place, you know. I know I've said that a lot. Okay, so what else have we got here? AMD, just a quick look because I don't think I've charted it. A very, very quick look. Fucking caps lock. There we go. That's 3 waves all day. Isn't it? Coming off a high. Alright. Blimey. Blimey. Okay, week time frame. Oh my god. Oh lol. You gotta love it. Yeah, I'm not gonna make much sense out of that from log scale. Are we? I was scared to project based off of log, to be honest, if that's the case. So let's just go back to arithmetic for a minute. Okay. Jesus. Massive base building here for fucking ever. Literally for like ever. And then this. Bloody hell. I mean, at first glance, it looks like a free. I mean, I know that's stating the effing obvious, Tom, but it looks like a free, doesn't it? I mean, I'm pretty sure our momentum indicators would support the assumption that it's a free. Okay. Free of a free? That can't be it, surely. Unless it's not even in. I don't know. When you're looking at something like this, Jesus, you're playing with fire, aren't you? I mean, if you got in early, well done. Who asked for this? How fucking clueless am I that this could go by without me noticing? I have to be absolutely honest. It's one of those things where I remember someone mentioning it to me months ago, saying, "Oh, AMD's on the rip." Tom, I'm like, "Yeah, of course it is." Probably, you know, usual sarcastic tone. Shahid Khan. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Khan. Star Trek quote. Alright then, so basically if you're in this and you're riding this and you've been marching your stop up off of each of these pivots, then you've got nothing to worry about, have you? You are way in profit and it's lulls for days. So the only thing which can scup you here is stupidity or greed. You know. But if you got into this early, then you're just laughing for days. So because whatever it is, and I'm assuming it's a free, it's going to stop at some point, and my god is it going to correct. And not only, I don't think it even has to do it necessarily brutally, it could just be one of the biggest time wasting pieces of crap you're going to ever have to endure. It could still be extending. It's that violent a move. But, you know, that is a lot of activity to correct, isn't it? And what you don't correct in price, you correct in time. So what are we talking about? I have to go back to that wacky looking log chart. We can all see what I'm thinking here, but I don't want to label it because it makes my it's like it's just crazy. I don't want to do it. Right, so 10,113%. Since when? Since January 16. Fucking hell. My God. So, have we topped? Don't know. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Could be. We haven't broken trend if I look at it, eyeballing it. But we're going to correct 10,000%. That's going to be a bitch, that is. But then again, if it ain't even finished, what are you going to correct? 50,000%? I mean, who knows? Alright, so we can get a channel around this. So let's forget about all of this for a minute and focus on this move here. Right, because if there's an extension here, we might be able to dig it out. Now, I said I wouldn't spend too long here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save a chart, and I might work on this at my own discretion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're in log, remember, so that's likely the one. You're not going to let me, are you? No. Let's come down to arithmetic. Yeah, it's not going to make the slightest bit of fucking sense. Does here now 1, 2. Come on. We won't get a regression channel around this nonsense. Tell you what, let's try and get a pitchfork on it then. I think a 10,000% move is justifiably log scale worthy. Micro strategy, someone's asking for. Isn't that Moon Boy's company? What's his name again? Sailor, that's it. Mr. What's he said recently? Bitcoin's the best property you can own in the world. I think he said that. I saw it on a podcast or something. Okay, let's shift this up a notch. No. Let's go back to this one. Maybe. Doesn't feel right there though. Such a sideways move for a 1. I guess we're in log, so it's difficult to tell how sizable that is. Oh, I mean, what did it represent at the time? Oh, it was a 41% sell-off. No joke. How long did it take? It took 399 days, blink of the eye, for something that's been around since the 70s, but long if you're in it, I guess. That's definitely a lower low, isn't it? Yes. So we can't get away with calling that 1, 2. Nope. That's some kind of funky ass 5. Or last zigzag perhaps. Coming down into what looks a bit like a what we call a triple bottom. Alright, so just at a glance, I don't want to spend too much time here. I'm going to say 1, 2. And then everything else is contained within this pivot thus far. So you can see what I'm thinking already is this isn't done yet. It seems kind of crazy after 10,000%, but then again, why not 20,000%? Alright, so let's try and get a additional pivot off of the next move up, see if that makes any sense. So I'm going to say, if it lets me click on the damn thing, I'm going. Thank you. When we were talking from 2016 primary, then no, it's not long enough. 17 to 18. Yeah, it's basically a year. Oh, go on. It's an old enough asset to consider the possibility. This is primary degree is a smaller wave degree. So it's a Hoppy 303 say go on, label it. It's like no, you'll throw people will throw rocks at me and laugh at me. Right, okay. Alright, fair enough, that'll do. It's not the most convincing interactions going on, but it's not bad. 61.8, 31.82, 61.8 ping here, median line, median line, median line, median line, median line, 61.8, out of bound, out of bound. Right, shift this to primary event. This is just so stupidly bullish. The only thing is, it could have topped, you know, but it's just the way I'm building it at the moment just is ridiculous. I say that only because I'm so utterly jealous to have missed this one. What plonker. 1, 2. Don't know enough about the computer game. Or computers in general for that matter. Is there overlap there? Is that another extension? It's going to take a bit of digging through, that is. Okay, save it there, and let's come in and have a look at all this nonsense. Come down to the daily. Right, let's just remind ourselves how silly this looks in log, in arithmetic. Can we get an original? Yes, we can. And we're way out of it. Right, so let's leave that in. Fuck, what was it? Shiv? Pitchfork? I think it was. The modified Shiv. No, it was a Shiv. I think, yes. Shiv. Right then. So, we're going to want to look at this primary pivot as well, aren't we? In arithmetic. Yeah, it just doesn't mean anything. Forget it. Right, so that doesn't mean anything on that time frame. I can't remember what I had this as now. Definitely wasn't that. It must have been that. So let's do some arithmetic projections first. I don't think we're going to get anything out of the primary pivot here that's going to make sense, but we might out of the intermediate pivot. So, but we'll do it anyway. I think that is the low. Right. So we get the 1618 here in our extension, which is a suitable target for a 3 in a non-topsy-turvy world. 3618 here to the tick, so a potential candidate for a 3. Right, but I think we've got so much price action still ahead of us. But then again, the way the Tesla chart extended, this might be something similar. 1, 2, that's more likely a 3 within a 3. So we go beyond the 423.6 at that point, so let's switch into log. Now off of log, I'm not calling a 1618 in log here, because it's got a more than triple from here to complete a 3. You know what, it could be possible. But let's just say 100 is plenty in this circumstance. So this looks kind of like a 3-3-5 flat, and we've got a zigzag. Oh no, we didn't. This is primary. Well, it's not a flat, it's a double combo probably. So let's say 3 up here then, just as a guideline. Completing here, this gives us a 1, 2, 3, 4 if there's no overlap, with a 5 to come higher possibly. Okay, so let's just, what's the next pivot? I'm going to leave that there so I know what I'm looking at. Come back into arithmetic for a minute and take it off of the intermediate. Yeah, so we get the same, because obviously it's such a skew. You get a free target here for 1618, but I don't believe that for a second. This becomes 2618, 3618, 4618. But this looks like its own wave degree, and this looks like its own wave degree, and this looks like the largest correction we're going to see within that, and then this is the next largest. So logically that would make most sense to be the 3 to 4 within here, and this is the 5th, right? So you could potentially conclude this a little soon. Look at it in log, it doesn't feel like that. It doesn't seem to make sense like that. So we'll stay in arithmetic for a minute. There's my regression channel. Is it a blow off? Just a blow off move? Go back into log. Okay. Oh, it's bloody log. Scale, it's always a pain in the backside. There. Now see, if I try to adjust this now while I'm in log, I can push it up. Can't pull it down because it goes absolutely squiff. That's about as best as I'm going to do. So that would suggest, I mean, this is just spitballing it. 3, 4, 5. off up here somewhere, I don't know. Maybe higher. Alright, so this is where it gets tricky. Because there's a lot of overlapping crap here. There's one wave. So I'm not sure of a wave degree, so let's just... No, hang on. Not there. 1, 2. I kind of got to get an impulse. That can't be it. 1, 2. It's just my brain's getting very tired now, guys. After being at this for so long, it's starting to fall out my ears. I can't see. That looks like a singular wave. This looks different in log. It looks different in log than it does in arithmetic. That's the problem. This accelerates, so that feels like a 3. Unless my assumption that this is... No, it's got to be a zigzag. 1, 2, 3. I don't think we can get a diagonal in there. No, I don't think so. That looks like a complete 5 waves, doesn't it? So I'm not going to pick through the nitty gritty at the moment. I'm just going to go for ease. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4. 1. This is massively extended 5th. Could be enough there to finish it. So we're still in arithmetic scale for a minute, so let's have a quick look at this 1 relative to the 3. It's a bit small. One, 2. It's not that small. Peaks its nose above the 131.8. I can't see any other candidate related to it there, that's the problem. That looks like 1, 2 again, doesn't it? Oh god, look at that zigzag there. It's really problematic again, that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, huge 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just stepping up so fast here that it's very difficult to look at it in a clean way. I mean, it feels a bit off to me, that does. Trying to build a wave 3 extension, maybe we're just assuming all wrong. Maybe it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is the acceleration in the 3. Oh, guys, I'm struggling here, sorry. I think my brain's just getting too tired now. 1, no overlap yet. 2, 3, it looks like zigzag and zigzag with no alternation, which I don't particularly like either. Problem is, it's just so damn bullish that it's just really difficult to get a handle on. Because obviously something that is this crazily bullish could just break. Ain't this similar to Tesla? Fuck me. Follow my language. Don't know if you've seen the Tesla chart, but if you go back, you get this huge ass wave and then this pop. So, right then, for the sake of it, Hoppy saying go on, label it. Oh, he's retracted his message. Alright then. Oh wait, so Evan, going to say it would be great if you have a quick update of your FTM count. I'm not so sure about that, mate. We'll see. Alright, so obviously, come on then. Let's just do it. Okay, hang on. Do we want to use that as a primary pivot, or do we want to count this? Yeah, fuck it. Go on then. 1, 2. Right. At which point, nothing is going to matter over the shorter term, is it really? Because that has to be cycle wave degree, and AMD is going to take over the universe. Bomb. And it's got to be WXY, can't be anything else. There's no, unless you got a diagonal in here to get the top to here. I haven't bothered counting it, but that's also a possibility. This is WXY. Now it looks like a flat 3, 3, 5 combination. Essentially, it doesn't matter where you put it, it's ludicrous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Because what you're saying is that this is the start of a 3. Then at which point any projections just don't cease to make any relevant sense, because if this is just the start of a 3, then there's going to be so much volatility in this, even when you get a 1 on a smaller time frame, because I think the assumption that this is a 1 looking at that is absolute bullshit. Whether that's the 2 or whether that's the 2, there's no fucking way that's the 2 at 1 lesser degree, is it? So that's not even in. So if this was correct, then this will all be a 1, then there'll be a 2, absolute face wrecker of 1, and then there'll be a 3. Okay, so it's going up. Well done. It's continuing to go up. Trend hasn't broken yet, but it's inevitable that this will break and wreck anybody who isn't prepared to take profit and get out of this thing. Because eventually it's got to put in a larger wave. It's got to do it. So I can't quite make sense of a smaller count. But there's your trend line. Just, if we break trend, you gotta be cautious. On the smaller time frame here, how are we looking off of the high? It looks like 3 waves all day, like I said earlier. I mean, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, W, X, Y. Again, see these so fucking often in anything to do with tech or crypto. You get these combinations all over the place. Could just be A, B, C. Okay, it could be. We could say it's not got the best proportions, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no overlap. Nice long 3 here. Bigger 4 than the 2, bit of alternation, ABC. So I'd be happy to just call that an ABC for the moment. Okay, and let's have a look at the relationship here. 1 to 1. Is it impulsive off of the low then? It's the next question you're going to ask. Yeah, it is. It's impulsive as hell. It's exactly what the Nasdaq's doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, expanding flat. 1, 2, and off we go. Or A, so it's an XA, whatever that is. B, that's a D apparently, and a C. Okay, so in the short term, it's just looking impulsive again. The only way you should be worried is if this low breaks. If this low breaks, then this is maybe a zigzag to a much deeper zigzag, WXY. But at the moment, you've got a 1-to-1 535 ABC zigzag pattern with an impulse off of there and a 3-wave step back. So if you see another impulse off of here on a smaller time frame, that's a potential long trade right there. So that's you know, but yeah, like I said, that is looking pretty good in the short term either way. I'd only be worried if that low broke. I can't make any. I need a lot more time to dig through this on the longer time frame, because when you get into what could be an extension within an extension within an extension, if this thing is mooning, right, it gets so difficult to break down the subwave count here. But we're always going to find ourselves in the same situation when we're looking at something like AMD here, or a crypto, or Tesla. What's going to happen, and completely to the T every time, is you're going to have the bears in their idiotic state saying it's gone up 10,000%, it has to correct. No, it fucking doesn't. End of story. It doesn't. It will, and you will be right, but it's not got to do it now. Okay, and they're just going to be saying that the whole fucking time while this thing continues to laugh at them. Alright, then there's the bulls in an equal level of idiocy who think that this is never going to stop going up and are going to get raped when it turns. Alright, now as Elliotticians and as traders, we don't care either way. We only want to be in it to win it, and we want to be safe while we're in it, and we want to get out when we're not. So short term price action to me looks impulsive. I would even consider taking a trade myself off of it, but I've got other things to do in the meantime. But right here, if you weren't in, this thing just keeps giving you opportunities to do it. Right, and here's another one. Now it might be wrong, and this pivot might break, but you can set up yourself with a relatively safe trade off of here. 5, 3 back, pop, enter, and off we go. Right, so there's always opportunities. So just because something starts to come down doesn't mean it's going to fall 90% Harry Dent style, never been right in his life. And just because it's popped again doesn't mean it's going to double again. We observe the price action as it develops, and we avoid the noise. And the noise is always people talking fundamental crap about how it can't keep doing something. Yes, it can keep doing something. It can. Alright, and it might well do, and it might well not. But my point is being, we don't care. Sorry, rant over. Yeah, sorry I can't help you much more on that, but in the short term, this does not look done. Okay, if this trend breaks, that low breaks, this collapses, then I'd be open to this being a top. But for the moment, it's intact, it's heading higher. There's no reason to suspect this is done. Okay. Alright then, so that's AMD. And what else we got over here? Okay, I think we've got to move on to the cryptos now. Oh no, sorry, I did say I would look at Tesla, didn't I? Right, so super fast. I keep saying that, and I know I'm a bugger for getting stuck on stuff. What's going on here then? Let me be absolutely clear. I include myself when I say stubbornness, stupidity, foolishness, bias, whatever I'm talking about, because we're all human and we all fall into it. So if you do, don't feel bad. I'm not beating you up, no more than I'm beating myself up. We all do it. We all get blinded from the wood for the trees sometimes. and you just gotta let go of yourself. You know, let go of your ego, let go of your assumptions, and think about alternatives. So what the hell was I thinking here? Is this even the right chart? Have I got two charts? Jesus, I've got so much stuff going on here. What's this one? That's the 1-2-1-2. That's the most bullish interpretation I've got. I think. I know I had another count on here. That's the previous one. Bear with me. Alright, hang on. Have I got another chart for Tesla? When was this last saved? 17th of the 12th, 21. And that's the 10th of the 10th, so it's not that. So this has got to be it. I know for a fact that I had a triangle on here. I know I did. I don't know if I don't have I done with it. That says triangle there, but that's referring to the oh my god, sorry, I'm being stupid. Yes, I just completely lost where I was on the chart. Right, there we go. Right, sorry. I'm back in the room. Out of body experience over. There you go. It's a 4 as a triangle. Right, so what was I saying? Diagonal or free wave impulse done? Okay, so I've got a primary count here saying top in place, but I see nothing convincing me that that's the case at the moment, not from a price action point of view. So 1, 2, but not necessarily done. It could be a larger pattern, right? Possibly. Let's just have a quick look at what we're dealing with here. No divergence at all on the march up here into this high. Clean readings on the RSI and the MACD. No weakness in this move at all. Strong as fuck. Okay, so the idea that this is 3 to 5. Where's the 3? Yeah, look, we get a higher reading in the 5. We get a higher reading again in the RSI. Now, if we were calling the top here, or for the sake of it, then I would not expect to see such an incredibly strong finish. The only reason I say that is the typical nature of divergence between 3 and 5, and also because of the sheer run up in the 3, right? If you do all the work in the 3, if you do all of the, and that's assuming it's the fucking 3, it could be the 3 of the 3, right? And this could be the 3. And this could all have to be downgraded as to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into 3. Now we're doing a primary 4. It's a possibility. But getting back to the point, when you've had a move to the very peak of 3,425%, and 2,456% from June 2019. That's just such a fucking massive move in no time at all. Literally no time at all. So you've done so much work in the 3, gone so far, so strong. You'd expect it to be tired. You'd expect it to be exhausted, and you'd expect it to be showing signs of exhaustion as it reached out to touch the 5. but it's not showing any such exhaustion. Not on the daytime frame. Let's come and have a look at the week. I might be talking bollocks. No, it's not even there on a weekly time frame. If you can't create divergent highs on the weekly time frame, you can't create them anywhere, because the weekly is so much more forgiving than the daytime frame is. I mean, that's the frickin' 1 back here, for God's sake. So that's dodgy as it is for me now to look at that, the way I've interpreted that. Highest RSI reading is here, not here. So this could be a triangle at intermediate degree 3, 4, which means this could be 5, but at intermediate degree, not primary. Alright, let's come back down, smaller time frame. This was so tricky, this was, I have to be honest. I turned my back on Tesla, not because I've gone off the company or anything like that, but this was such a headache for me. Anybody who's been on the Patreon for a long time will remember how much I struggled with this. Yeah, it was only after this move and this move back, this 1-2, that after this high was taken out, that I gave up on being bearish, or assuming that it was bearish, because I had a move down and back, a move down and back, expecting that to happen, and it never did. I was wrong. And once that pivot got taken out, and we got a back test here, you know, on this trend line, back test, and then we just launched. I mean, that has all the hallmarks of a 3 in terms of the minor degree we're looking at here. I don't think there's anything to couple this with which is going to make sense on the same wave degree. I think that stands alone on its own, or whatever it becomes will stand alone on its own, and then we just go higher again. Unless that's a truncation. Okay. But I don't see it, because what we'd have to do, I think, is say 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, 4, and then there's 5 in here somehow, and this is a truncation, truncated 5, and now this is 5 down into 1, this is 5 back for a 2, and now we're going to collapse. I'm very dubious about calling that. I've made similar statements before and been horribly wrong. I don't have a good track record here with Tesla, to be honest. Could be 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into a truncation. Is there divergence between these highs, daytime frame? Yeah, there's massive divergence here. Gigantic. But it's not officially. It's not divergence because it's not a high, Tom. I know I can hear you saying, and you're absolutely right to point it out. What I'm saying is, like, it's not true divergence, admittedly. But if you look at the disparity between strength and price, a pip or 2 in price is a huge difference in RSI and MACD. Broken that downward trend though, in momentum here. Popped back up. Overbought to oversold, what I like to call a round trip. Back into positive momentum on the MACD above a 0 bound. Let's come down even smaller and see if we can dig out an impulse off of a low. Okay, the problem I've got here is that looks like 3 waves all day, but that also looks like 3 waves. Now that looks like fucking 5, doesn't it? That looks like 5, not 3. So that would lean into the idea that it's corrective. So a longer winded correction, or that No, we can't get a clean impulse down here. I don't think you can get a diagonal down here either. ABC A1, ABC2, ABC3, ABC4, ABC5, maybe. But then why wouldn't that be a diagonal in the C? Why would it have to be a diagonal in the 1? Because you can get an impulse in here. So that's a little perplexing. Tesla, I think, often just speaks some kind of language that I don't understand. See, if that's 5 then that's got to be A, isn't it? That's got to be B. But we can't get an impulse out of here, so that's... What if it's a flat then? So what if it's just 3? 3. Does it come back 90%? Yeah. Ooh. Yes, it does. Comes back 90%, and now maybe this is 5. Because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C, perhaps? Or maybe it's already done. Could already be done. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That seems really big as a correction at that point. Right, so maybe it's 1, 2, and this is 3, and this is 3, and this is 5. Think about what you're saying again. On the longer term, if this is 1 and this is 2, this is going into another 3. Right, so we've got to call bullshit on this at some point, because we're either extending the 5th now, or we've got to rearrange our count, and we've got to call this intermediate 3, intermediate 4. This could be intermediate 5 into primary 3. This then gets big enough to be primary 4. Does it? I'm not sure it does, considering the length of this thing, if this is intermediate degree. So maybe... maybe, I don't know. Okay, I'm bushwhacked here now at the moment, so I'm just going to have to say this is a dodgy one. I've struggled with Tesla. I seem to still be struggling with it. If what I'm missing here that I would love to have just seen, I put a box here for a reason, to fill this gap and get a 50% retracement. 38 to 61.8% retracement. I imagine I'm from the bottom of the E. Yeah, so that's probably 38 down through here. Oh, I'm in log and I. There you go, 50%. 50% is to 78.6. So I was obviously at the time lining up a buy here, thinking about setting up an SDS. So 3 waves back, and then instead of getting an impulse, got this funky ass 3-wave move. Now, if that had come out of there in 5, I would be all over that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C. Off we go. But it hasn't formed that way. So I'm just going to have to leave it there, guys. Sorry, I haven't really got much else for you there. My instinct says that this is not complete. But that's all I can offer you, and I could have been wrong before. Because that just doesn't look like an impulse to me. Maybe it's a teeny tiny 1, 2, much bigger 3, 4, but that looks weird. So my intuition is telling me that that's a move, and this will be a move. Alright, so that's it for Tesla. Alright. Okay, I really think we need to just spend some time now. We need to have a look at Bitcoin before we wrap things up. And I've got a request here for Dark Trace. I don't even know what that is. We've got Moon Boy's company, Sailor Micro Strategies, whatever his name is. You know, the only question you need to ask about him is what's his average price of Bitcoin that he's holding, because it's all he's got. So I don't think I've got time for those. Sorry guys. Put them in the live analysis suggestions on the Discord for next time, and I will happily come and have a look at them. So if you go and do that now, anything that you want to have a look at next time, and I will try and find time to do it. But I did promise that I would look at Bitcoin before we wrapped up here, and it's coming up on 6 PM, so I've been at this 5 hours. So let's move on. Let's tidy up some of these charts for a start. Done a lot of work today. Chainlink, Sand, BZUN, TENCENT, Bava, Kiwi, Google, that everyone thinks is Google but it's not, Anuminum, Nasdaq, AMD, Tesla. Alright then, that's the live stream channel, we don't want that. So let's bring up the elephant in the room. I'll bring up the elephant in the room, and I might conveniently lose my voice and accidentally drop the stream when I can't figure out what the fuck's going on. Yeah, let's not do that. Alright then, so here we go, the beloved Bitcoin, the thing everybody's talking about. Okay, so the one question I've been talking about since I haven't looked at the price action is, do we have evidence for an impulse off the low? I think before we do anything else, let's do that. Because I've been saying this has got another low to come, haven't I? I've been saying it for weeks. I've been saying that I think we've got to come down lower in a C. And I think we might even break the previous lows. I'm still of that bias. So let's just see if we can end that bias with some price data. Okay, so let's get down to that actual low. I don't care what this is. There's enough here for it to be 5 waves. So let's just focus on what we've done. Right, can we get something off of the low? Let's go down to the 5 minutes. So the first thing we need to do is find 5 waves somewhere. Not particularly convincing. But maybe there is something here. Oh god, down to the 1 minute chart. I hope my wife isn't watching this, she'll give me hell for doing that. Where the fuck am I? I completely lost where I am. That's got to be the lows, like basically 39 grand. Oh look, it's that wonderful wick into a 1, 3 into a 2 that I'm so fond of. So whenever you see this, you're left with the same shit, which is, this is another fucking truncation, right? Or this is a 1 and this is 3 into a 2. So, first problem, it ain't clear. Right, so that makes it a lot less fun already. But let's just roll with it, shall we? Let's roll with the ball for the minute. And say, alright then, wick into a 1, 3 back into a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, triangle? Maybe? What the hell's this? Hang on. Yeah, whatever. That looks so clearly more like 3, 1, 2. Is there an overlap there? There isn't. That could be an impulse. But we're going to be here for a little while, so let's just fuck about for a minute. A, B, C, D, E. And then we'll come back and have a look at the larger time frame, right? What I prefer to do. Because here's the problem. 5 is 5. And that takes precedent over explaining it, in my opinion. Because if it isn't clear, it isn't clear. So observing price action becomes more important at that point. If you see what I'm saying, it's like, what's it actually doing? Rather than trying to count every little detail, because impulsive moves appear in corrections, don't they? In wave A's and wave C's, and those wave A's and wave C's can be bigger, smaller, single corrective patterns, or they can be parts of multiple patterns such as combinations, double zigzags, triple zigzags. So you can start forcing impulses wherever the hell you like when you come down to the nitty gritty. So better to just look at the damn thing and see if it makes any sense. So I've got to come out to a larger time frame. I just can't operate here. I can't see. So yes, we can get a 1 to here. I hate Bitcoin. Just joking. I love you, really. Okay, let me just get my bearings. I'm completely losing the plot here. One, two. Okay, let's put up something bigger and then try and make sense of it. So 1, 2. 1. Overlap. 2. That's not going to work. 1, 2. That's not going to work. So that's not right. So 1, 2. We got a swing high here. Could be 5 waves in here. Oh man, there's nothing in here that says free, is there? Not off of that low. Overlap. That can't be it. That overlaps, so that can't be it. That's 100%. That's free. That's free. It's 3 waves. Not 5, Thomas. Let's come back down now. My first instinct is telling me that this is not an impulse. Okay, we've got someone saying, I'm not clear how to pronounce your name, Rugupko, I think, saying you can have another 1-2. Maybe the red wick is a B wave. Well, I'm not sure where you mean, to be honest. Can you give me a date and time if you've got a chart in front of you of this red wick B wave that you're talking about? I mean, I can probably get an idea. I think my guess would be that you're saying this is 1 and this is 2. That would be my guess. This is 3, 4, and this is 5. Right, of a smaller wave for another 1, 2. Maybe the 3, 4, and 5 isn't there, but I think what you might be saying is A, B, C. Ignore this wick and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. And then A, B, C, 2, and then another 5 wave move. Would that be right? Does that help me in any way though? Yeah, it gives me a 3, 4 with another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't get into a 5th wave. Not clearly. There's a 10-second delay, mate. So every time I get a response from you, by the time you've typed, and there's a 10-second delay from me, that's a 20-second delay. So wherever my cursor is would have moved by the time it's back to me. Okay, so let's put up some. Okay, now you said yes. So I assume you approve of what I've done with the 1, 2. Right. So let's just remind ourselves what the hell we're saying here. So that has to be downgraded, I think. My hunch at the moment is that I'm forcing this. That's how it feels. Yeah. I couldn't give a flying fuck if this is a low or not, to be absolutely honest. Could not care less. Sick to death of thinking about it. So the way I'm looking at it is, I wouldn't mind. I mean, I know this is a personal bias I'm expressing, but if this thing just fucking imploded, I'd be quite happy. But in the meantime, I guess we've got to try and make sense of this. So let's stop trying to force 5 waves to completion and just consider the possibility of it not being done yet. So 2 there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. 3. Can't get we're getting overlap there, so I can't do that. It's hard, difficult to find somewhere for this. 4. That's not 5. No way in the rain of pig's pudding is that 5. So that's not a top. That's got to be another swing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And coming down. So we need to get some kind of completion up here. Right, so hang on. You said put the 1 left of the B. So you're thinking here. So we've gone 1, 2. That's got to be a diagonal then. There's no way that's a diag. There's a zigzag here, so let's say that's a 1. Zigzag 3 is bigger. 4, 5. No, that's the B you're saying. 1, 2. That would have to be the 3. That would have to be 4. That would have to be 5, which means the 5's got to be smaller than the 3 for a contracting diag, because it's not an expanding pattern, and it's not. It's bigger. Or is it? Wait a second. Bear with me. There's no way that's a fucking diagonal. Sure as hell ain't an impulse. Are you suggesting the whole move is a diagonal? As in, all of this is going to be a diagonal? No, I can't get that to work as a diag. Alright, he's saying the whole thing. Okay, so let's just think about this for a minute then. We can't have the 1 where you put it here. Because this is expansive. And a diagonal, leading diagonal is zigzags. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3 pattern. Can't have expansive patterns in it, they all have to subdivide as zigzags. So we'd have to have a zigzag to the high for 1. Then we'd have to have a 2. Then we'd have to have a zigzag for 3. Now this is already bigger than the 1. Then we'd have to have a zigzag for 4, and we've got another expansive high. So that's a no. Unless you said this was ABC and it doesn't look right, and even then this 4 is this 3 is expansive over the 1, which means the 4 would have to be bigger than the 2, and this would have to be an expanding diagonal. At that point I think that's pretty clutch. Alright, you've literally just typed expanding diagonal. Okay, so let's just delete this because I'm not getting anywhere. So let's just think for a minute about what we're saying when we're saying expanding diagonal. Right, so for people who might be new, we're going to have an expanding pattern, and it's going to be comprised solely of zigzags. So we get a 1, and then we get a 2, and then we get a 3, and then we get a 4, and then we get a 5, which often falls short of the upper trend line. The rule for a diagonal is an expanding variety is the 3 must be bigger than the 1, and the 4 must be bigger than the 2, and the 5 must be bigger than the 3. There can be no other patterns than zigzags inside of it. So now that we've established that, let's have a look and see if we can dig one out of here. I'm not saying it's not there, I'm just saying that's what we have to establish first. So we can't have that B wave swing because that would be a flat, and we're only working with zigzags. So take it from the 2 and see if a pattern appears expansive. It does, at least to the naked eye, appear to be expansive. So what we have to now get is an A, B, C. Then we have to get an A, B, C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we've got this high. This is problematic. But let's just put it there for the moment. And then this would be 3. Now he's saying that a leading diagonal doesn't have to be a zigzag. Okay, I'll concede that. A leading diagonal can be 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. Right? But we would still expect the corrective elements to divide as zigzags, even though we can have impulsive 5-wave moves. I would also point out that although we can technically have 5, 3, 5, 3, 5 via Elliott's rules, they are incredibly rare, and only one had been spotted suspectly at the time that the book was written, admittedly over 3 decades ago, but they are very rare. So, but working on the premise that it could be there, and we'll give it the benefit of the doubt that we're dealing with a very rare pattern, which is bouncing ideas, this still creates a bit of a problem, because if this is a 1 and this is a 2, and we're looking for 3, 4, 5, or we're saying this is the 1, this is the 2, then we need to get a 5-wave move up into a 3, which itself must subdivide as either a zigzag in a diagonal or must subdivide as an impulse, because it's a wave 3. 5, 3, 5, 3, 5 or 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So we can't have any overlapping. We can't put a diagonal in a wave 3 within a diagonal. That's an absolute no-no. So at that point, we end up back with what you suggested, I think, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, no overlap because of the expansive B. We'd have to live with an expansive flat pattern as a corrective structure as opposed to a zigzag. So not a big fan, but since we're being flexible, we've got our flexible heads on for the moment, we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this now becomes our 3. At that point, we get no alternation with the wave 2 because we produce another flat pattern with another expansive B, like we did here. Smaller wave degree, admittedly, so it's not a big problem. So I can live with that. If we're going to allow this flat pattern to be here, I'm not sure that we should. At that point, that's 4. Okay. So now, having assessed this as 5, and this is 5, we should be predicting the rare 5, 3, 5, 3, 5 leading diagonal expanding variety at this point. So what this should now be is 5 falling short of the trend line. If you're correct, and I'm not poo-pooing the idea at all, I'm open to anything. So at that point, all of this becomes a 1, and then there's going to be a 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so at that point, I can't, and I wouldn't, and I won't touch this until I see something like that play out, because that's a very loose interpretation. It's cool to shoot ideas. I think that's brilliant that we're doing that. That's awesome. But this is not the simplest approach to this. I'm sure we could dig out a corrective pattern which wasn't as complicated. I say that, but I'm getting to the point now, guys, where I'm going to have to call it relatively soon. My daughter goes to bed at 7 o'clock and I haven't seen her all day since she's been at school. And I'd like to get some time in with her before bed. Okay. So, there you go. Potential idea. I'm not a fan of it, admittedly, but it's there. And I think it is the only bullish... Unless someone else has got an idea, I think that's the only bullish interpretation. You know, a rising wedge is a diagonal. A wedge pattern is a diagonal. That's what non-Elioticians mean when they say it's a wedge. Elioticians would identify it as a diagonal. So at that point, if it is, there's one more move left in here anyway. Right, so then we've got 5, 3, 5, 3, 5 into a 1, creating the drop into the 2. Then we're off in the 3. If this is correct, and I say if because I have severe doubts over its structure, then I'm going to say I'll leave it here for the meantime. We'll see if it plays out. I'm open to it being there. If it is, it is. My personal preference is to see the traditional 3, 3, 3, 3, 3 all zigzag structure, whether it's leading, expanding, ending, contracting, whatever. But I'll accept the fact that a leading diagonal can be 5, 3, 5, 3, 5. So, and there is. Let's see the other thing though. We're forgetting a rule here. Whether it's leading or ending diagonal, Eliot insisted on an overlap. Okay, so unless this isn't finished coming down, we haven't got an overlap because we're using expansive B wave because we're saying 1, 2. So if we've come up into a 3 and we're looking for a 4, we haven't got an overlap yet, and we should have. So that's one more caveat I'll put in. If it is going to be an expansive pattern and it's not done, then I would expect to see 1, 2, 3, 4 to overlap, 5 fall short of the trend line. And that would be, I mean the thing is, looking at it, that wants to be here. And then that gives the option of a zigzag. Oh fuck it, who cares? I'll just leave it there for the moment. So I'm just going to leave it on the chart and say fair enough, but I'm very unconvinced. Very unconvinced. Let's come out into a smaller time frame. If this is another 5 wave move down, which is what I'm suspecting it is, then we've got an invalidation point to at least work with, haven't we? There. Okay. Because I don't think there's any other way of interpreting that. It's not a clean 5 waves anyway, is it? So, 1, bloody thing, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll change this into minuet in the meantime. Okay, and assume that there's some kind of corrective structure in play. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. So we can get down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's an invalidation point. So if we come back above that, having completed some kind of funky ass diagonal, then we can say maybe we've bottomed because we've cancelled out the idea of 5 waves coming down. Okay, I'm going to stop Bitcoin there. I still want to see this trend break, long term, if we're going to bottom. I want to see this thing break. Oh, what kind of... Have we got a buy signal on the weekly time frame yet? Or I don't think we're anywhere near it. No, miles from it. Daytime frame, just... But it's not very strong, is it? Just meandering over. Do we get divergence between these lows? Oh, it really depends how you look at it. This is not at the low. This is the low here. So I would argue no, you don't. It's this fucking wick. So I think I'm leaning into my own admitted bias at the moment that we've got another push down at least to come, if not more. If we come back above this price here, 45693 spot 17, I make it come back above this, get a completed diagonal, or something else gets clearer, and we break this trend, then at that point I'll be like, okay, maybe we bottomed. But I still want to see positive shift in momentum. I want to see some volume come in to support the move. Right, the last thing I'm going to touch on before we go, and I've got to make this short, is XRP, because this is my own personal choice now. Right, because of the struggle I've been having with finding an alternative, and I still haven't found one. So I'm looking for this to complete, unless my account gets invalidated, I'm looking for this to complete in a WXY, and I think we've gone ABC, ABC, and we're going ABC. So my own feeling for XRP here is that we have another drop to come. Okay, now does it make sense? Because I do have a bullish interpretation as well, which gives the idea of this being a 1 ABC expanding flat. So all I want to do is come down to a smaller time frame now on XRP and see if there's a move off of XRP here which is more believable than what we've just seen in Bitcoin, if it's cleaner in any way. Get the same wick that you got in Bitcoin. Wick into 1, down into 2, which I don't like. Then it looks more like 3 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could argue it's there. Then you've got to come out of here. 1, 2. You've got overlapping here, so we'd have to get another extension in. So it'd either be 1, 2, 1, 2. Can just get a move in there, just really dodgy. 1, 2. One, 2. Clutching at straws. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not likely. That's getting awfully big. And it's broken trend, so there's no way I can get an extension into there that makes any sense. So 1 2 1 2 1 2 I think is off the chart there. We haven't got an overlap, or we have got an overlap. It's so bloody close, I'm not sure. Let's just see. No, we haven't. Alright then. Okay. So we can get an impulse in to a wave 3 here. 1 2 3 4. We checked, there was no overlap. 5. So alright, we can get up in one move. This now becomes a 3, working on the 4, 5, broken trend though, which is not very reassuring, and taking it off of the 2 pivot here. So let's just give that the benefit of that and swing that down a bit, and it's still broken. Okay, what if we take the low? Still broken. So that would be an invalidation point here, wouldn't it? Because we can't get a completed extension here, so this would have to be 5 within a 3. Or 5 and a 1. And can we do that? Can we get that to work? Yes, I guess. So alternatively, you could say 1, A, B, C, 2, same 3, same 4, same 5. Put this in orange. Tends to be my alternate colour. Like that. There is no overlap, especially with that swing high. Not a very impressive 3. Comes to 100% though. Let's just make sure it's not shorter than the 5. Otherwise it's bullshit. Oh, you are kidding me. Tick to tick. I gotta be super duper precise here then. That feels very corrective, having just done 1 to 1, 1 to 1. Which is the lower low, man. Okay, does it breach? That's all that matters. If it breaches, it's legal. No, it doesn't. It's just shy. It's just shy. So the next question is the same for the 5. Let's just gotta make sure that that's the lower low, right? I'm paranoid now. That's the lower low. Alright, so let's move that to here then. This has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 within the 3, okay? So, if that's the lower low, maybe we've got a chance of that being ever so slightly longer than the 5. Oh, you son of a bugger. There we go. Five's longer than the 3. So let's just take that measurement one more time with the 1 now that we've got that other low. No, that's the lower low. Lower low. No, 3's too short. Can't do it. Can't do it. So there you go. Has to be 3, 4 if it's going to be bullish, and here's your invalidation point at that point. Can't get a completed impulse into a 1. So my guts just tell me at the moment that we're not done correcting. but I feel we've got lower to go. I think it makes sense when you look at what I was expecting here in XRP, because we've got this free wave move, free wave move, free wave move, right? So we should make another low. But if we take out these lows, that's my count wrong here. I do have an idea for an alternative, but it's not clear yet. Alright then, guys, I've got to go. It has been 5.5 hours. I want to thank all of you very much for joining me and for participating. It's been great. Like I said, if you've got any suggestions for next week's live stream, put them in the live stream channel on the Discord, and I will, obviously if it ends up completely inundated, I'll have to pick the things I want to do most, or the things that people support the most. So if you do want to vote for something somebody else has put in, just thumb it up. And yeah, we'll be back again next week. I will try and get a video out for the weekend now. I was aiming to do something for tomorrow, but honestly my voice needs a rest for at least 24 hours. So the YouTube audience are going to have to just wait for another video. And I am trying to catch up with questions and stuff on the Discord, but it's taking me some time. Like I said, I'm very busy, but I'll do my best. So yeah, thank you very much guys for joining me, and I will see you next time. Right, now I've just got to figure out